Hello guys, let's go into the action. I will just go into the waiting list in some tables just so we don't need to wait for a table. Okay, I will try to speak every hand about strategy and everything. Let's try to just see the players. Okay. Just go a little bit down. Fold here. Okay, we have the reg here. I found another table, which is good. But maybe we won't need it. Maybe we will not need it. Okay, we'll do like this. Opening king jack from the first position, and I'm just going to check this guy. I didn't play with him. Serial reamer. Fish. Okay. Queen 10 fold. Yago Maka. Yago Moka. Okay. Probably reg. Yes, he's reg. Okay. Okay, we have everything. King 3 folding. We'll also talk about other hands that are played on the table. It will be interesting. I'm not sure if this is a true bet pot or not. We'll see. Then we can talk about the hand. Okay. Opening ace jack. Let's see what happened there. Pocket nines. This guy had pocket sixes. Okay, to single raise pot. Donk call check. Fold there. Fold here on the donk or bet donk. I didn't play with the guy, so I don't know anything about him, or he's donking here. Probably he has more fives than we do. Okay, three bet here. 55, 36, and on the stat name he has similar stats. We are betting this board pretty high frequency. I'll use 1/3. He's calling. 7 is connected. I'm gonna fold it. King 6 also fold. I'm gonna just check against serial reamer. uh, 37 16 low 3 bet, low aggression on river and flop, folding on the river, almost nothing on the flop, around 35%. We have a pretty high range advantage on this board. We can go with 1/3 with this hand. This guy needs to float like ace jack, he needs to float ace 10, he needs to call king jack, king queen, all of this hand on 1/3. I don't think that he's doing such thing. On a queen we can do small size. Let's see his fold turn, pretty low, so I'm gonna use a bigger size. Queen, he has ace queen always, he should be having king queen, but I don't think he'll float like hand like queen jack. So queen is in this spot, we are betting all of our range, so I would say we have a little more queens. Hello Ivan man, nice to see you. And I wanted to ask you that for quite some time, do you play on Super Sport also? As Ivan 033 or something like that. I check new players on Teams that name. It's not 100% reliable, but it's okay. Basically just to see if the player is reg or not, and his base stats. If there is like 100k hands, I would say the stats are then decent. Ace queen opening. This guy is pretty tight. This is the reg fish label. I don't know what to think about this player. Okay, I'm gonna float it. It's three-way, but still it's a float. We see that this player is donking. He's donking, he's doing all sort of things. I'm just gonna raise it here. We have really a lot of ace-x hands, so raise has sense because we'll have ace queen, ace king, more stronger aces that he's gonna have with his donking flop range, and that's why I'm raising on the turn. We're gonna also call hands like king queen with this king queen of spade, queen jack of spade on that small donk. I can squeeze it, but I'm not gonna do it against UTG, and he's not folding a lot of 3 bets, and he's 4 betting really a lot, so just fold. Admiral man, thanks. We're together, let's go together. Talk about hands, about strategy, and because that's what's make it fun. Last stream was really nice because I made a few mistakes, and it was fun to talk about it and to talk about strategy. You see, like you see the size that he used here. He just can't fold anything now. That's why I marked him as some type of direct fish. He's doing with the sevens. And also tell me if you hear me good, or if you hear me loud enough. We had problems in past few streams, and now I think by seeing it in the OBS that this input capture is really high up, so it should be good. Tell me if you have any problems. And let's talk about hands. We are against the big blind, we are against this guy. Tens, he's check raising it pretty high. I'll against this type of player used more polarized strategy. So I'll check behind flop against this type of player, and when he's checking here, I'm gonna go with bet of the 2/3, because tens are hand that uh, doesn't want to be check raised pretty often, and he's check raising a lot. 31% check raise. Uh, he's check raising and falling to a 3-bet. That means his check raising range is weaker. I mean, we can bet it with 1/3, call check raise and play turn. But I didn't play a lot, so I don't know his strategy, how he bets turn. We see check raise flop and bet turn is 67%. So 2 out of 3 times he continued on the turn, and he continued on the river if he had opportunity 1 out of 1 time. So that's why I chose for a more polarized strategy, just because I don't know him well enough, so I can play 1/3, call check raise without problems, call bet on the turn and shove on the river, because I don't know his. You see here, for example, turn aggression is low, river aggression is low. I don't have many sample on his river betting strategy, so that's why I played it safely in this spot. We don't know how much he bluffs after betting turn. We see that he's using orbit size a lot, big size also a lot. So I didn't want to put tens in a spot where I need to be making conclusions without any informations. Okay guys, orbit shoving here, always interesting when a player like this is doing that. 65-6, bluffing with the ace queen. Let's see the complete hand. Okay, it's single raise spot. Check behind flop. Pretty strange play. He's now wrapping sixes mostly, or hand like flop straight check behind, which is unlikely. Pretty high size also. I would say he reps, and also this guy can like easily have a straight, so it doesn't have much sense to raise with this size with the sixes. So he's repping pretty nothing, and now he's repping straight on the river with the orbit shove. So he's basically repping a straight that check behind flop, because 7-8 shouldn't be checking a lot, and also the queen jack. So he's not repping a lot in this spot. Usually when players are not repping enough, there is a high chance they are bluffing, because if there's like 4 value combos that someone reps that will be played like that, basically you can bluff hedge more, because if he's like betting pot with the repping like four combos, you just need to find 2 bluffs, and if he's like over betting 2x pot, you need to find like 3 and something bluffs. So when they're repping less combos, they're probably bluffing when they rep little, and when they're not much logic in their line, like that he checked behind flop then raised really high on the turn. So we have a table. We can go check. We can go 1/3. We don't know Yagomot, so we didn't play with him. Okay, we'll solve this and we'll just go to another table. Okay, layout like this. I think we will also lose this table, because these 3 guys are pretty tight. I don't know this guy, but I'll just add 1 more table in the waiting list to be sure we will have it, because high chance that they won't play. So I'm just gonna put myself in few waiting lists. Okay, I'll do this and this. 10 jack is a call. We are against 42%. Let's see his opening of the small blind. Opening against us 50% of hand. Jack 10. Okay, let's see here of suited connectors. I want to see if there's like queen 8 off in the range, but there is not. We're gonna go 1/3. Okay, we have the table that we. Okay, let's see what the guy check. Let's see his strategy from small blind versus big blind. He's not check folding at all. He's check calling most of the time. Calling not flush draws, calling middle pairs. Is he then betting a lot of top pairs? He's not. We are betting the turn. Can go half pot. He can still. You say there's like many combos of king 9, queen 9 type of hands. Let's see here. Check call, check call, check fold 0. Let's see a river bet pop-up fold versus river after calling turn. After calling turn out of position. And you see that he's raising, okay, top pair. He's raising really a lot on this spot. So we can go small, we can check. I'll just check. Okay, queen 9. And immediately I have other tape. I think it's clear value bet, but I was losing time and I saw a lot of raising. And our hand is really nice. Bet small, call raise hand. We're blocking a straight. It's highly unlikely. He has the straight and his raising range should at least have like hand like king jack plus for value against 1/3 bet on the river. At least king jack. Sounds good. Sound is good. Great. Thank you. I really glad I hear that, because all the live streams we're having some technical difficulties. So really nice. Alan, no problem. I read your post. Alan was talking about in his post how losing session make him lose his mind. He has trouble accepting losing in poker. So I speak about that you shouldn't be a lot result oriented. If you play good, it's all good. You shouldn't or even consider losing sessions if you played it well. That's mindset I like to have. And thank you for wishing me good luck, man. I also wish you good luck. I followed your blog. You're pretty talented. That's what's also one really good player from Croatia told you. You're really talented. You have nice thought process. So I think you have a nice future if you will continue to work and play. Here we see that falling on delay. Let's go to the multi-way pop-up. Do we have sample? This hand is not bad as a delay bluff, but I don't have sample here, so I can see his strength of his checking range multi-way. I don't see it. I see that he's stabbing flop a lot. Okay, that's 2 out of 3 times, so definitely I think we had a profitable delay bet here. It's also nice, really nice hand to delay bet in a 3-way and bet river, because even with the overbet river, it's not a big deal. We're blocking king jack and king 10 that can play passively. This guy's pretty passive, so that hand's blocking his range is really important. So if I saw it, because I'm sure that this guy will have low step turn. You see, step turn only 12%. So this is multi-way stepping turn, pretty low. So having jack 10 is really good there. We are called 4 here, called 4 betting. Let's see how he play against the call 4 bet. He's folding 57%. He's having shoving range, ace king, so pretty standard. We're gonna go 19. That means he's probably okay. He's still folding really a lot, and this is his call range of 9s. So I would guess like 9s, maybe 9s, ace queen, suited broadways. Pretty sure he would shove on me with ace king. How he plays, we played couple thousand hands together, so he would definitely shove ace king always. It's pretty good to then to always speak about the range that is continuing. For example, if he called, that you are just visualize the range that he is calling, just to know what type of hands he can have, and how then you can speak how will he play that hands in the future streets. Jack 3 fold. We're gonna go here to see just his deep pop-up if we have information about his 3-bet. 3-bet button versus cutoff, nothing against us, he never 3-bet. He 3-bet deep king queen suited, so pretty strong range. I will go 22.5. My strategy here is really interesting when it's deep stats, and I don't have any 5-bet range in this spot. I'm only calling 4-bet because it's pretty tough if you have 5-bet range to balance it good and in deep spots. So I'm gonna talk later about it. Let's see. He's called 4-betting, call 4-bet range. We only have that king queen suited. Pretty nice flop for our hand. We also have ace of club, which is, and I don't think that he has many off hands. Ace queen, maybe with like ace queen of club. We have here ace queen always and ace king always. It's a lot of potential bluff combos, and we're gonna play them aggressively on this type of the board. He's not 3-betting hands deep. I don't think hands like 6s and 7s. Just thinking about the size on the turn, I will go half like this. A lot of hands like 10s, jacks, queens in his range. We are losing, I would say, mostly from, and I'm gonna shove this, mostly about hands like king queen of clubs, hands like king jack of clubs, and we have a lot of ace queen and ace king with blockers, so I'm definitely shoving here. I'm not afraid of like many 8x hands. We saw his 3-betting deep is not that high, so I would bluff here with like ace king with ace of clubs. Definitely ace queens, we have all them in the range, so a lot of bluff combos, and his range I would say is mostly like 10s, jacks, queens here, that type of hands. I don't know this player at all. I need to check to see if we are against reg. If we are against at least 14% of the 3-bet, and we are against 5% of the 3-bet, so we need to fold it. 7-7-6. We're gonna have a low c-bet here. We see that this guy has around 14% range that is 3-betting or calling. Pocket pairs, suited connectors, 9s. I want to see off hands. I'll check call it. Oh, I didn't see this. This is not good. He's stabbing 20. Okay, he stepped 7s here. So if he's gonna step like hands like 4, 5, 4s, 5s, 3s. He has suited connectors in the range also. He's not 3-betting a lot, so a lot of hands like he'll want probably have hands like 8, 9 suited, 9, 10 suited, queen 10 suited. He's not stabbing the turn here. Our range, I'll bet it with bigger just to see his fold river generally pretty high, so I'm gonna just use this size. He's folding really a lot, so I'm just gonna use this normal size. We're gonna bluff here also, so I would like turn hand like ace 10 of spade into bluff. But if he's folding that much, then we just don't need to overbet and make his decision a lot easier. So 27% only against us, 42 normally, betting 1/3 we can call. Uh, we for sure have more jack X than he has, but a6 is not hand I want to raise. I want to raise hand like queen 9 of diamonds, hand like 8-10 of diamonds. Ace 6 suited is just a strong. His double barreling range we see 40%. He's obviously here has uh, enormous range advantage. He should bet really a lot. A6 is call on the turn against that low size. He's not aggressive on the river. Queen is good for his queen 10 and king queen hands that always want to bet the turn, but mostly he will bet really high percentage on the turn. A6 is not a bluff here, it's just a check here, so nothing else. Okay, Alan is saying Alan said he's not getting notification about the streams. Pretty strange to me, I don't know why. If I will need to check it out. Let's go like this. Call 4 here. Let's see his button versus early. Folding here against shove of this guy. I think it's clear fold with tens. This guy didn't invest anything and he's now shoving, so his range will be a lot stronger. And he won't shove ace 5 suited very often here. And ace 5 suited is bluff that GTO solvers are using a lot. But people generally are not doing that when they are not investing anything. And they are multi-way against more of the ranges. Okay, I'm not sure why you don't get a notification, but like I said, I will try to stick with the schedule, and schedule will be I will write on the forums if will be ill, but mostly I will try to do it with around 10 and no later than 11, but I will try to do it on 10. I made on the forums that I will today it will be at 22:30, but usually I'll try to make it in 10 because a lot of people told me they just can't. They are changing their buy rhythm. Guys that would wanted to watch the stream, so I need to start like 10. I can start sooner than 10 because I need to put my daughter into bed, so I can just start when she's sleeping, so 10 is okay. Queen 5 fold. King 3 will be folding. A lot of tables on stars. Not really a lot. King 3 fold. We're gonna isolate it. I'm gonna just check Sven up. A7 open. A pretty big fish. Fold versus c-bet in position pretty high, 50%, 54%, 54, 52, 50. Okay, I'm gonna he's pretty low pretty low aggression, so I'm gonna continue. Have the pot bet here like this. I'm still betting the river here because this guy, his check raise is pretty low. We are beating ace highs, and I'm just gonna bet it because we just won't be ever bluffed raised against a player that has 20 something aggression on the river. Here with a7, I can go with small on the river. Let's see how he reacts on the river bet. If he's raising, it's GTO are that small bets are really GTO. What small bets on the river, defensive bets on the river, and that's why I made this pop-up. I wanted to know how people react on that small bets because they need to raise it a lot, but to have that they need to have a good check range on the turn in most spots, or they will rep only like that river hit them, and that won't be happening very often. So having starts on this of raising river in every line is crucial when you have sample, and that is really good to have. That's why I put it. Ace queen is mostly call against UTG when he's opening small like this and folding to a lot of 3 bets, so we're gonna call it. C betting most 53, it's not most of the range, only 53%, so it's not high frequency C bet on this board. I think he needs to check a lot with 17%. This is his check fold. We can go small. I would say 1/3 is the way to go. We have a lot of 5s, 6s, 7s. We can all bet them with this size. We see this pretty high numbers, so I don't think he's gonna play it correctly because he's check folding 60%. That small bet has perfect sense. When we see our range, we have a lot of when he's checking behind, we have a lot of bluffs, of course, and when he's folding 67% now, you need to bet small just to put pressure on him to call some of the hands. If you bet big, he's gonna fold and you're going in his ways. 21% opening. This is a mix of the 3-bet and a call. He's folding 76%, 71 of the position. So against him, I would want to be more polarized and put this hand in the call range and have like king 8 suited, king 6 suited in a 3-bet range, just based on his folding. King jack, it's better to call against this type of players and put hands like lower kings. We are floating it. 20% opening means that he's gonna have hands like ace 10, ace jack off, king jack off, queen jack off. He's betting 61%. It's not full range, but a lot of hands that are betting. A lot of hands will check here. This guy won't bluff hands like jack 10 of club or jack 9 of club, so he's gonna bluff probably only with equity, not high aggression. And here we can go now to 2 strategies. We can go with an overbet strategy, and we see that he skips c-betting fold pretty low, so I'll go with the high with the overbet, repping 7x straight sets, so I'm gonna go with the overbet. I can go with a small bet also, but what my range looks like with the small bet, it's hands like 5-6, hands like ace 5, hands like pocket trees. I think I would like to be polarized here. And we have 7x's, we have ace 3, we have 6-8 suited, we have pocket 4s. We are unblocking his folding range, so I think a really good spot for an overbet. 3-8 is a fold to jack Also, we have a new player here. If you have any question, if you want to talk about strategy, if you have some ideas how you would play some hand, we have time. This guy is bad rag. We have the time. We can talk about it. It's always interesting when we can talk about strategy and hands. And Panzer is asking us something. Good luck, Panzer. Also, so you usually play during night. How do you balance work and life with daughter? Okay. Really interesting question, Panzer. And congratulations on getting a daughter. Your life will change really a lot, but on the most best way you can imagine. You will get somebody you will love most out of everything in the world. So you will get something priceless, and you should look forward to it. I didn't know what to expect uh, because you just don't know. You if you never had baby, and you just don't know that feeling. And uh, until she was born, I just didn't have any like feelings. What will happen? How will I do it? So you probably have the same situation now. Uh, but everything will fall into in the right pieces. It's just nature. Uh, I think 5% of the three bet against this size, Jack 9 unfold. Um, I played during the night. Yes, I played during the night. I always played during the night, even when I didn't have a baby. I'm a night guy. I when I was in college, I was always learning at the night. I couldn't learn when outside is sunny day. I just had to be playing basketball or going out with friends. I just couldn't learn when it's nice outside ever in my life. So I was always a night guy. I was always learning at night, and now I'm playing nightly. When I start playing poker, I only played at the night. So nothing changed in that matter for me. I played night. I wake up and I was all day with my girls. We are playing, going everywhere, spending time, mostly playing. My daughter loves to play everything. They're she's just all day for her is play, and I also enjoy it. So uh, I can be with them all day, and when they go to sleep, I just go to play, and it works for us really good. So I think it's only depending what type of person are you, or can you make yourself play at night, and that's it. For me, it's natural, so I didn't have to do anything. Uh, this is also interesting line I want to talk about. Okay, it wasn't. I thought it was bet check bet line or check behind turn bet river line, but this guy just bet. He didn't three bet, and he's three betting 27%, and he didn't three bet ace jack off. That's significant. He's three betting 27% of the time. So I would guess polarized strategy. You know what this guy can do for 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 beginning. He should be betting this board high frequency, really high frequency small blind versus big blind. He played it defensively. I don't think that's a good idea because it's high frequency bet small blind versus big blind, and when he played it like this, I think on the river a6 can go also as a bluff raise, but I would probably also call it on the river. Okay, a jack like this. King queen should bet, king jack should bet, he should bet that we are blocking ace king, and ace king should bet a lot. So I'm just gonna go small size here, and now he's repping hand like king X. We're gonna call. We are blocking ace king, which I think it's really important, and I think he would bet king queen king jack. He has king jack, and he didn't bet it. That's strange. He bets 80% of the time, 82%. He has backdoor straight, not blocking hearts, and he pretty strange. I think king jack is clear bet this combo. He's not blocking hearts. He has backdoor jack. I'll bet it for sure. And he's c-betting high frequency and he checking that. But we saw he didn't even three-bet ace jack, so sample is low. The conclusions we made from this sample will never be 100%. But you see, like three-betting 27% and not three-betting hand like an ace jack. That's strange. It would be strange that it's 17%, but 27% it's really strange. Okay, just to find one more table if this break up, but I'm not gonna do it until like we have two of them. Until we have two tables, I will not do it. Until we have at least two players. And also I have decent sample of these two guys. Not bad also on him. C-bet 0 out of position, check folding, not a lot. So this guy probably doesn't even use C-bet strategy out of position, it's possible. Let's see his check call range. You see that his head is also over pairs in check call range. So he definitely uses this strategy of just checking everything out of position, which I don't think it's good on every board, but it's not bad. It's not that bad if you can play it, because on most boards your c-bet needs to be around 20 to 30%, and if you don't know, it's better to check it. I'm gonna fold it. Let's see his delay bets. Bet we don't have, but pretty low turn delay. And also like hands, I know hands like ace king should bet this board, king jack should bet this board, but this guy is not betting. His strategy is checking, so he's gonna have all of that hands in the range still. But when he's using that bigger size, it's like 2/3 delay. It feels to me that he's saying I have like hand like king jack plus. So, and he should be betting even hands like queen 10. So it's better for him to bet 1/3 than he can bet hands like queen 10, queen jack, a lot of bluffs with small size. And now with this size, I would say that he's definitely saying, okay, I have like king plus. But even, I mean, okay, let's say ace queen plus. And when I see this zero strategy, I won't be stabbing really often on this board at all. When I see he's checking all his range, I won't stab a lot on him, especially on the board king, queen 9 deuce, where I don't have nines and queens. So I won't be stabbing a lot. So his delay turn, his delay size is pretty high, and I feel that he's, but for sure I don't have sample and I don't know him well that I can know that for sure, but it looks like to me that he's saying I have a king now. And when you have like 16%, it's gonna have a lot of ace 10, ace jack off hands also. Our hand is pretty bad in that way, and we don't need to defend it, especially in this size. But it just felt for me that this size is bluff heavy, I would say, because if he's repping like king jack, let's say, plus, put him every value range that he has, like nines still in the range, queens, aces, but still you have a lot of ace 10 off, ace jack off, ace of diamond hands, and he's using that big size, so it feels like that. It feels like that, but of course I don't have sample and I don't know him well. but it sounded just I had a feeling that he's doing that with 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 the hands like that, like ace 10 ace jack, because the big size on the turn delay three quarters on that king feels like polarization there, and he should be betting queen x without any problems with delay c bet. So something that I would now try to see if it will happen again. Queen 9 fold. Let's see what happened with jack 6 so we can talk. So nothing significant. This guy, did he bet a6? That's like mandatory bet. He didn't. So you see, sample, sample, sample. Now it's 70%. He's not betting hand. He's not betting that a6, which is one king low low mandatory bet. He didn't bet it, and he checked it, and he checked it just all the way. We don't know the guy. We can check raise. We have 6x. We need to check raise also some 4x hands. Ace 4 is definitely the best, but also queen 4 is not that bad. I want to see the guy. 39 aggression. C-bet in position 70, 53. Queen is not that great to have. I would fold it. I would fold it. He's opening a cutoff, so a lot of queen x's should be bluffing the turn here. Hands like queen 10, hands like king queen, hands like queen 9 should always double barrel here as no equity bluffs. So having queen is not that bad. Having club is good. We are not blocking any bluffs. We don't have diamond, that's also nice, but queen 4, I don't know exactly how he plays, so I will fold it on the turn. And also it's important, you just can't check raise every 6x you have in the range, because then your range will be really weak, and you will have troubles against overbets. So definitely you need to mix 6x also in a call range. Fold ace 10 off against pretty tight range, call here. Small man versus cutoff. It's only 3% hands, but he has 8, so it's not 3%, it will be at least 10%. So ace 9 is okay call. I will check the guy up just to see exactly what type of range he has. It should be, if he's reg, like around 12%, 8s plus, ace jack off, king queen off, and stuff like that. Small size on this board, that should be betting pretty polarized. So he's using small c-bet strategy, small c-bet size strategy, so we are calling. Pretty interesting hand because we don't have king queen off a lot. We 4-bet it some of the time. Let's see, small blind versus cutoff, and he's okay. He has 13%. So all the hands we talk about, he still has them. Ace 9 is like check back frequently, and if he's checking, we are checking the river also. Against a small bet, it's a call. Against this small bet, we're gonna have many hands like queen jack, also king jack. We're gonna bluff some like queen 10, king 10 hands. We're gonna check like queen jack. Sometimes bet it as bluff, but ace 9 is pretty high in our check back range, so against small bet, we're gonna call it, and we are against ace queen. I also wanted to say that people want, they're not using that small bets enough as a bluffs, but still, I mean, our hand is a call. I'm not saying we need to fold it, but we need to raise it. We need to raise it. This hand is definitely never bluff raise without any diamond, but hand like The problem is high hand like hmm, we don't have king jack, like king jack off hand. That's the problem, we don't have it in the range, so our bluff should be like queen jack suited, I would say. Bluff raise. We need to turn that into bluff. We don't have any other hands that can bluff nicely. We are betting like hands like queen 10 on the turn a lot. So our check back range on turn will have like queen jack, king jack. We can bluff raise those one. And also we will have a lot of hands like jack 9 of diamonds, 10 9 of diamonds that will, queen 10 of diamonds that will never step the turn here. So we have flushes that are checking behind. Also we're going to check hand like 7 8 of diamond always, so we're going to have that in the checking range, a lot of flushes, so we can have definitely bluff raising range, and it only has only hands that have sense in this spot for me are hands like queen jack, king jack suited to turn it into bluff. But we are far from the subject. Ace 9 isn't bluff raise, it's a call against 1/3. But generally what I noticed that Rex have trouble using that size as a bluff, and you will see it through game. Okay, Panzer is off the bed. Thank you for saying that it's good content. It is. I will talk everything I know without anything hidden, and I love when people are also into discussion, telling their strategies, telling their what they think. It's pretty useful. Here we can go small or big. I will go with orbit 1.5. He will not have many 7-6. We're gonna have it, so we can put pressure with the orbit. He's also not really aggressive, but we don't have samples, so I won't say much about that, but it feels for me it's okay to do it with the overbet. Here opening and opening here. Here will be around 63% of hands that are calling or 3-betting in this spot, so he'll have all suited hands in defending range. This hand is a call. Check here. This hand is a call of a 3-bet. Let's see how much he 3-bets us, and 23% he 3-bet us. A suited trash, so you see polarized range here against the polarized range. This hand is really good. When he's 3-betting like hand like deuce 3, deuce 10 suited, 3-10 suited, 8-10 will be doing fine. 1/3 till I bet here. You see, we saw jack 3 suited here. Hands like jack 3 suited. He's gonna have, if he's using the correct range, he's gonna have also hands like a 10x, like 4-10, 3-10, deuce 10 suited. Hands like 8, which we are blocking. Hands like 8, 8 jack off. So we can call, we can check raise. It's okay, both of them. Let's see how much his c-bets. 40%. So you see this, his c-bet is 40%. I'm gonna go with a small bet here, and here against this type of guy, not aggressive one. I wanna fold it. 1/4 here is good. We should go also to river bet here to just to check it out, but I remember from what I played with him that his betting on river is lacking a lot of bluffs, so After check check turn in position, it was check check on the turn. No, no, we delayed the turn, so we delayed the turn, right? Yes, we delayed it. I delayed the turn. We are blocking 9-10, which is nice, but and as he's using that bigger size, I don't think he's betting Jack 10 in this spot with this size. But I just remember that this guy is, from what I played, I just have him as a nitty player. Let's see, after calling turn in position, I want to know. Okay, one over bet size. Let's say out of position after. Basically, we just don't know. We don't have the sample to it. But just based on my impression on him, I decided to fold. Um, we are blocking 9-10. That's good. His delay fall to delay out of position 99%. That's all. That's telling me something, and his stab is pretty not high. So he can have in the check range queen king x that he can rep in this spot. He can rep king x. So I just felt, from what I remember of him, he has impression that he's really tight and he didn't bluff a lot. And here he's not stabbing, you see, he's stabbing only 20%. So he can definitely have hands like king 9 here, king 10 off, that are checking behind on this board, that are calling delay. And because with that bigger of size, he's repping like king x and the flushes. But against him, I'm just okay with the fold. I'm gonna go with the bigger size here. This guy's not folding to 3-bet. I'm gonna have a lot of check range on this medium monotone boards against a guy that has probably around 30% range in. Okay. You see, these stats are suggesting that he's calling a lot, but all the hands that we see are actually really good hands. Okay, we see a king jack off also. That's not really good. He's gonna have ace jack off also in the range. He's gonna have a lot of king jack off also in the range. I'm gonna fold with this type of the turn. Assassinato, man. Let's make good stream together. Give me your thoughts. It's always better to think and discuss when there's more opinions. You see here, we saw that this guy has king jack off in the range. So when you see a player that's not falling to a 3-bet a lot and he's opening 36% on the cutoff, you're gonna see he's gonna have a lot of flushes also, because he's not gonna fold hand like 7-9 suited, hand like 6-4 suited will be probably in a call range always. So a lot of ace deuce, ace 3, ace 4 suited, king 7, king 9 suited, king 5 suited, and when we basically that's the reason I'm playing it defensively in this board against him. But this turn is really sick, because now king jack that we are unblocking, king jack, which is 16 combination of hands, are all in his range, and ace jack that we are blocking, but still 12 combination are there. So this 9 is pretty significant in terms of his range, and I just need to, that's why I'm that's why in this spot I will have like ace king of hearts, I will have sets, I will have range that can handle the aggression, but still pretty terrible board for multi-way. But definitely ace queen, we just can't do anything. Pretty bad board for a cold call of the 3-bet. Screams like pocket pairs here, and we just can't do anything. Multi-way. We shouldn't do anything. I think even having check range multi-way in this spot is good because 6, 7, 8 multi-way. Why you want to bet aces here when the guy called 3 bet? I'm gonna bet it small also. Fold. Murta. Thanks, man. Murta. I want to also have him talking into discussion because last time we were in discussion, but he write it on the Skype, not in the chat. And he had a point. I made a mistake. He wanted to say to me that I made mistake. That's why the stream was also interesting. Here we can go 1/3, 20% of range only. It seems folding. I made mistake because we have a similar. We had the similar. Here in the beginning of the stream we had a similar example where we called for the tens and the guy shoved on the cutoff against us. We folded tens. That was the same spot. I had jacks and I called the guy that shoved that didn't invest. The guy had queens and I thought I just can fold jacks there because my range is pretty wide against the button 3-betting. I'm gonna call for bet eights, nines, tens, ace jack suited, king queen suited, ace queen off, and basically when we later go through the hand I just don't need to defend when the guy didn't invest anything. I just don't need to defend those jacks, so I made mistake. Okay, here with the 7-9 I'm just gonna use bigger size. He doesn't have jack 8 off, which is great. Eights are important in this spot and he's not 3-betting pretty wide, so I would say that he probably has eights in the range. He's using pretty big size. We have backdoor draw with it. He's check raising pretty. I'm gonna defend it. He's check raising pretty high number, 23%. I'm gonna go with 1/3 here. I mean, I can check behind, but when he's check raising and checking here, and he's going for a double check raise, and he's 4xing now. I would say this line is really heavy because I feel like hand like queen 10 he would bet the turn if he's check raising and he wouldn't go for a double check raise. Pretty, in my experience, this is really heavy play, and really you don't see this play really often. And when you think about it, okay, we are here betting really big size and he's check raising pretty high stuff. I mean, we can even fold on this on this, but I saw that he's check raising a lot. That's why I called with the backdoor draw, backdoor flush, and also in this board we have eights, we have jacks, we have all the overpairs, so we can bet. He's check raising really on this bigger size. He's check raising, and that's suspicious to me. But still, I decided to call. And here, when he's checking, there's like two possibilities. Hands like queen 10 will never play like this, I think, because it will be mostly bet turn blocking like queen jack and jack 10. And when I step like this and he's going like 4x here, I just feel it's very heavy. I'm gonna fold this. Uh, just to write you. We have a question here. These are old graphs. Just I'm gonna try to answer you. Okay. Let me see how I can. Okay. I will give you the my result and also on okay, you can see now these are my results. It was only a challenge we had, and also that are not complete results from the challenge. I will try to give it here. That was from previous streaming, but I didn't. I'll now give it to you to see. To see the results from challenge. Okay. I'll just try to. Okay. Okay. Great. So basically, when I was making that Zoom challenge, we started real poorly. I didn't ever play Zoom, so first 30 40k hands we were below, we were losing. Then I started to label opponents and stuff like that. But people were saying like on the PokerStars there is just too strong of the pool, and mainly because of that I started to play on PokerStars. I started to play MTTs, and after the MTTs I would play cash on PokerStars, and now I have a bigger sample. I have 200k hands on the PokerStars. On the NL200 I play 200k hands there, and we are trying to make it that 10 BBs that I wanted to achieve, and we are close now. We are 9.5 or 9.6, so we are chasing that 10 BBs. So like I said, on the Zoom challenge, the opponents are the same as on the other sites. PokerStars are definitely not stronger than other sites. So limits, all limits, uh, all mid-stakes limits are pretty much the same on every site. Directs are pretty much the same. I would say on iPoker directs are little better than on PokerStars, but everything's pretty similar to every site. So let's now get back into the game. We are just chasing. We are going to chase that. I'm going to stream with the program a lot, so we're going to chase that 10 BBs. And like I said, I wanted to also make a move to a higher limit. So if you stick with me, we can go together and to see how will we make it. Here would be nice to see how much he falls to c-bet, to see his continuing range here. This is just think about how many 8s, 9s, 10 jacks, queens that are always betting with a higher size on the flop we have, so we're going to check it a lot. If he's checking here, I'm definitely now betting, and I'm betting half of the pot because I feel now his range will be mostly like pocket pairs, and I'm gonna go like this. We can bet queens here, we can bet kings. Okay, and he did check the ace-8, which I don't understand why. But I don't know, I don't know his floating range, but this is clean bet check bet spot. We bet the flop, ace got there, he's checking the river. He's gonna have many hands like deuces, threes, sixes, sevens, 5-6 suited, 5-7 suited. We use the bigger size. I don't know how many hands like ace 10 he's gonna float. I just don't know that, but still our hand, I feel it's okay. Bet check, bet as a bluff, especially when jack got there. I think we're gonna put pressure on that pocket pair, so I think it's okay. Against 1.6, it's a fold. Here would be nice to know his strategy multi-way, but we don't know it. We have some deuce X hands, but generally I think we want to call here. We're gonna have hands like king 5 suited, king 6 suited. I don't think we want to check raise and multi-way, especially without knowing how this player plays. We're checking here. Folding. If I was thinking if the guy checked to use a smaller size here. Okay, like this. To use smaller size in this spot, because even if we have like king, I feel it's a smaller size play. Fold here. And I need to just find the way to didn't even notice that old graphs, they're just from they're not even with the breakthrough program, they're just from the beginning when I started playing poker. So uh, like micro gaming, that was my first site. I would use bigger size on this board, a lot bigger size, so I'm gonna check it. I don't like this hand to be a bet with a bigger size, and now I can use 2/3. We can definitely bet here with like hands like 10x. Also we have all the nines in the range. We're not gonna bet nines on this board. We're gonna use this 2/3. Fold there. A lot new faces. I'm just gonna check them for the quick. This guy, I would think he's a fish. So basically what I'm saying, I need to get rid of those. Yes, it's a fish. 64-8. I just need to get rid of it, and I will do it. I didn't even know that they are still there. My first site was micro gaming. I played there when I started to play poker, and it was a good site. This guy's okay reg. It was a good site, definitely good site with good promotions, and I liked to play there. And then I started with iPoker. Yes, guys, you can ask me anything. I will learn from your questions also, and just if you want to know something about decision I made, I'm not saying I will make every time good decision or correct one, but if we talk about it, we can get why it's bad or why it's not that good in that spot, which is correct one. We'll just learn. So just ask me what you want to know, just to get the things going. Because when you are talking about hands, you're just then obviously thinking about hands, and that's a really good thing. Falling here. Okay, let's see the. I don't know that also all game. I think he's some type of the reg or game. Okay, or game E. Yes, he's a tighter reg. Opening here. Three betting. Here, let's see just to see his stats. I'll go like this. 54% fold to 3 bet. On a higher note, a low 4 bet range. So, okay. And let's also see the hand. I will tell you also one interesting thing here that can be taking into account my hand with the friendly gamble or gumball. So this guy eyes of 4.5, and you see immediately, look at the size here. So immediately more than 3x here on a full pot. So when you see like tight reg is, we made a big size against friendly gamble on the flop on the board where we have a big range advantage, and he did check raise us like almost 4x on that type of board. Basically, my experience immediately says he has value hand always in that spot. So I should even fold like a gut shot, but I had backdoor straight draw, and I should check it that on the turn. Pretty nice hands to be checking, because it sucks to be again check raised 4x, and I basically can call when I know that I'm against a really strong range. Even my hand has 8s out in that spot, so if we had a little more money I would call it. But still, what I want to say, when the regs do against aggressive line, uh, uh, against aggressive line in a spot where this is not that spot, but in our spot we had the range advantage, and I'm betting big size and he's check raising, they're usually lacking bluffs and they're not bluffing at all in this type of spot. So that's my experience saying it's definitely like that. We're gonna call here with 7-9. Let's see immediately in the multi-way how this guy plays. Let's see his step flop to 88%. He step with around half pot size with queen 10, and he immediately check it on the turn and on the river. So he'll play passively a lot, I would expect. Let's see his calling range also. Strong suited connectors, okay. I see a part of ace jack off and suited broadways. I'm gonna check it. I'm not gonna bluff with this. We can now check raise it, but against 32 aggression, and I basically don't know his bet fold here. And can I rep here like that I'm triple checking value hand also needs to take into consideration. Am I often checking here triple time? Okay, on the turn I'm checking, but do I check on the river really a lot? And I need to go here with a really big size to do it like this. And I don't know his bet folding, so I'm not gonna do it, but not bad hand to be doing it. but I need to also know at least his uh, something about him to do it. I just won't do it just because it's nice hand to do it. I want to do it to know, okay, this guy is not betting. For example, this guy will bet always ace queen here on the turn. He's never going to check ace queen. He's never going to check ace 10. I want to know something about that information. He's not going to mix strong sizes into his rear bet in this spot with, for example, hands like aces. Um, is he going to check aces multi-way? A lot of questions I don't know the answer to be doing bluff raising here. Even this hand is nice to do it, really nice to do it, and that's why I wanted to do it. Okay, Assassinator is asking us something about the hand. Uh, Big blind versus cutoff, you had ace 8 on the big blind. Okay, I'm on a halfway of reading it. I agree. Assassinator said something that is really true, but also I didn't do it because of this guy and the way he played. Uh, but if you go here and you look strictly the stats, you definitely have point. He will definitely check a lot on the river, and I should lead that river. So I agree with you. I'm gonna go 5x against him. You see that he's not folding to a 3-bet at all, and he's gonna have here a lot of 10x hands. So again, I'm gonna play defensively. I'm gonna play defensively just basically because he will have here range advantage. It's nice to block like ace 10 of hearts, but the problem is he has ace 10 off in the range. So definitely I will play defensively because he has here hands like ace 10 off. He has jack 10 off. He has queen 10 off. He's not folding to two. You see, he doesn't fold to at all in this spot. Let's see. Okay, I'm just gonna call with the ace king here based on his stabbing the flop with the pot. He did it the same thing with the king jack. It sucks to not have a spade. We having king of club. That's not ideal, and now he's toning down. He's gonna have a lot of also like queen jack off hands. Let's see his step flop bet turn. Step flop bet turn only 20%. Okay, I'm just gonna fold on this turn. Flop is now. I think flop is also. In this spot, flop is also maybe better as a fold. I know how his range looks like, and he's not folding to 3-bet. So a lot of we saw he's having king jack off always in the call 3-bet range. So he's not folding at all. So he's gonna have also king 10 off, jack 10 off. So I'm admitting by playing defensively here that he has the range advantage because he has more 10x than I have. I would have basically against him. I would check really a lot. So against pot size, I don't need to defend this combo of ace king. Okay, I will get back to Assassinato. Yes, I agree with you. Now when I read everything, I agree definitely with you because he's pretty much capped, and we can have a lot of hands in that spot. He's pretty much capped when he raised the turn and has bigger c-bet frequency. He's capped again at some king x, and we can have definitely even flushes. We can have a lot of 8x that is definitely, we have them that I will hand like ace 8 will always bet. So we can go with the river. Let's see his fold versus river bet. That will tell us the answer. You see, he's folding a lot on the rivers. So basically, he folds to river always. So we should pretty much go for a smaller size when that date comes. And we can bet like hands that we thought that are now have pre-showdown. So I probably it's better to go with a smaller size, even smaller than you suggested, 3/4, 52 to 3/4. So I think even less size than that. But I agree that river is really. Let's go here. We saw that he's stabbing the turn. Step flop is really low. Step turn here. Let's see the step turn. 43%. We don't have sample, and this is the small blind. So his bluffs here will be less bluffs. He's not having king jack off. He's not having like ace jack off in this spot. 2.8. You see most pocket pairs. Okay, he has ace jack off, but king jack suited only for sure. I think it's pretty close, but I would say it's a fold. He had even jack in spade, and he called with jacks on the small blind. Pretty strange. But when he's betting, I don't feel he's what I have experienced with him, that he wouldn't bet even ace jack in this spot. He would just go to showdown. So he would bet king jack, but he doesn't have king jack off. We blocking king jack suited. He's really liking bluffs in this spot with the 3% call range, and he's gonna have like king queen off when the big blind is a fish. So I think it's better to fold it. Yes, I agree with you. Definitely, Don King River has a lot of sense because he will check that river, especially if we go to see stats. If we see aggression 27, he's just gonna check the river with a lot of hands, with a lot of kings, and we are losing value, and we are losing potential to be bluffing with the hands. So I should have definitely 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 Donk River. Donk River for sure. Sometimes three bet, sometimes fold. Until we are having some type of dynamics, I'm not gonna do it. I just don't even remember this guy. If I have some reads, I don't, so I'm not gonna do it. Six ten fold. Definitely, I mean, even this hand with the ace king, uh, we just don't need to defend that hand. Yes, his range is really enormous, and on 9 10 10, on 9 10 10, he has advantage in the trip section, but it's pretty large advantage. That's why I wanted to play defensively with most of my range, because if he has hands like king 10 off, ace 10 off, queen 10 off, you can say, okay, he has then bluffs. Queen jack off is a bluff there. Yes, but the problem is his bluffs have a lot of equity against us. That's the problem in that spot. And folding ace king to a pot bet is immediately when I called, I saw it's a mistake. But I like the spot. I like the spot because For example, here a lot of players would just go betting like their overpairs, and that's not correct strategy. Uh, in poker, logic is you can bet when you have range advantage and EV advantage, and then you can make a lot of C bet. You can be a lot of aggressive, but when you're facing range disadvantage, you want to be more defensive. And when I just see my range, if I'm going to check a lot of there with overpairs, and I would, then definitely ace king without blockers there is not he's not going to play good as a call of the pot step in 3-bet pot. 38% still king 9 there, queen 9 there. Let's see of connectors. 9 10 8 9. So pretty sure he has still king 9, queen 9, jack 9 there, and it's they will hit him harder because his range is only 38%. He's gonna have better composition of nines when he compares his range of 38% than my range of 50% that is defending 55, three betting or calling. So let's see his skip c-bet fold 74%. I don't need to go to an overbet because when he's doing that size I can go with a smaller one, or I can go for a medium one. I will go like that. I'm gonna call here with the ace queen. Ace queen is also 4-betting around 20 to 25%, 30 as the 4-bet bluff. I'm gonna call it. Pretty good board for him. He's 3-betting 17%, so 8s, 9s, 10s, all in his range. He should be betting this really high number with his range, higher than 70. So betting all range here is good. We can having raise range with ace queen. I'm gonna call it. King queen also in his range. King queen off. We are 4-betting some part of the king queen off, so he will have more of them, but nothing significantly. He should be betting also here quite often with 1/3. He don't need to be polarized. He can bet ace queen here. He can bet ace king here. He has sets. He can bluff like eights. He can he has also jacks in the betting range on the flop. Here let's see his check fold on the turn, and when you think about our range, we're gonna have a lot of pair plus draw hands that we want to check. So I'll check also ace queen, which is top pair plus draw in this spot. Because I don't think against this player I can go bet turn river, so I need to choose I need to choose one street out of these two I can bet. I choose river here, and what I need to do, I need to also balance it with the bluffs here. I'm gonna go like this. I can also do bet turn, but then this will be also a high frequency check on the river. So I basically need to, with this constitution of both of the ranges, I just need to go to choose. I call the flop, I need to choose turn or river. Just based that I have a lot of pair plus draw hands, I decide to go to a river, which I think is okay. Fold there. Yes, it was against Vincent Mellon, Regfish. I put him as a Regfish because I saw some strange plays against him that he played against everybody, and I checked him out. He's a really strange player. I'm gonna check it again, but from my remembering, he's pretty strange. And I would say Regfish 39.25, 7 3 bet, 30 big blinds per 100 losing. Strange player. Pretty aggressive stats he has on a team stat name, but not on my sample. For example, he has 41, 31, 28, and they are pretty much pretty higher than this. So it can be sample also problem. You see, 600 hands can give you some clues, but it can definitely be reliable that you can build your strategy on. But for sure is that he's not folding a lot of 2 or 3 bets. That's for sure, and I can see that also here. 10 here, 6 jack. This guy, this guy is floating, 3 betting. When you sum this up, it's 20% of range behind you that will 3 bet. You're gonna call against you. So 6 jack, I will be folding. 7 jack suit, I will be opening. He's pretty bad, pretty bad, but and I saw a lot of terrible play he made. I remember it. We only play 600 hands, but I remember it. I didn't know if I write it down. I didn't, but I remember that he did some crazy, no sense plays. But still, stats are pretty different than the on stat name. He has 39.25. 3 bet is 7. His went to showdown, I want to see. It's pretty low. It's okay, it's 30 here, so again, not correct. He's check raising like 30%. Okay, that's correct. But his aggression frequencies are way higher. But we just got that like 10-10. It's really bad board for us and really good board for him, because all that hands that he's calling preflop, all that off hands hits the trips real hard. I just need to play defensively. Even when the opponent has wider range, you will definitely see bet more against him because your range will be stronger. You will have range advantage. But on that particular board, he has that big range advantage because he has big nuts advantage. He has a lot of trips that we don't have, and it's then you just need to play defensively. He's having ace 10 off in the range, and ace 10 off is the nuts basically. King 10 off, all that hands and our over pairs. They're just in that spot. We need to play them all defensively, in my opinion. So nothing we can do there. But against pot size, ace king without blockers. Also, when he's stabbing, it's not like we're gonna play a lot of passive against his steps. Against his steps, I'm gonna just go broke with my overpairs. But I'm not gonna bet them. I'm just gonna check raise them. For example, we have jacks there. I think jacks needs so much protection also, and definitely get value immediately. Jacks, queens, I would check raise them and just go with the hand. So I would also have hands like draws there. Even hand like ace king is with the blocker. It's okay, check raise. Just basically we can see bet that much. That's the problem, because from the strategy perspective, if he's having EV advantage and the nuts advantage, it's we just can't bet, because if we are gonna bet, if he's capable, and we saw that he's check raising and raising really strong, really high number, 30% check raise, he's just gonna raise against us, and we're gonna be with range then in the trouble. So that's why when you don't have range advantage, you're playing passively. But still, you're gonna compensate that with the check raises. But still, our ace king should be folded against pot size bet. We need to defend 50% range there against the pot bet. Still a player that I'm not familiar with. Ace 9 off is a fold to a 3-bet. Dr. Green is probably also fish. Dr. Green. But interesting hand. Yes, he's a fish, really aggressive fish. 57 aggression on river, aggression frequency 48 on turn. Pretty high numbers for 23-6 player. Losing over 20 big blinds. Okay. Jack 7. I'm gonna tribute it. I'm using polarized strategy from big blind. So, especially against this type of player, I'll just be even more polarized. I'm gonna call like Jack 10. I'm gonna tribute like Jack 7. I'm gonna call King Queen off. I'm gonna tribute King 6 suited. I'm gonna tribute King 9 off. Again, this guy is calling a small blind. We see that basically he has hands like ace jack off and pocket pairs and suited broadways. But I don't think he has 9 jacks suited in the range. It will be interesting. I want to see. He has 7 and 8s for sure. He called against us with the jack, so he probably has even 10s. He folded the turn. So he check raised the flop. Check raised the flop, okay. You see, here it's important if he has hands like Jack 9 suited, King 9 suited, and Queen 9 suited, or Ace 9 suited, because that will give him a bluff opportunity. If he doesn't have them, then he should be checking a lot of on the turn. Pretty strange too. You see, here's like only 4% of the range, and if you think about all the pocket pairs like deuces, tilt, I don't know. He called against us with the jacks. He called against us. So I'm not sure. Not sure if this is also correct. Because pocket pairs, this is still 10 or 4%, and this is, we saw also hands like ace 10, we saw ace queen off. Pretty strange. Maybe he's mixing strategy, but I just don't know. And I don't like that strategy also. Again, this is interesting. Big blind versus button 8, 10, 10 against Melin that has a lot of off hands, off tens. Okay, this guy uses a small strategy. You see, that's what I was trying to say. If he can recognize that he has the range advantage, he's just gonna raise, and then this strategy is really bad, and much better is check strategy and check raise. Okay, 1/3 against this player. I'm just gonna go with a bad bet. Let's see here what will happen. It's really interesting now. Looks like this player has overpair. He has ace queen here without blockers. You see what I was trying to say then. you just can't go bet like this. Guy has more 10x than you have, and then you are playing. He raises really big, and then you're playing this call with hands that shouldn't be even a c bet, and then you're stuck with that ace queen calling here without blockers. And the guy raised the hand. He raised here because he, I don't know, he thinks that he has, and it's definitely true. He has more 10x. This player should be checking a lot. This player probably bets one. If he's betting ace queen without blockers, he's checking. He's betting everything. He's betting, if he's betting ace queen without blockers, he's betting king queen, with the king of club, or queen of club, ace jack with the ace of club. He's betting all of that hands, and he just had good instincts here. He just raised it. He just raised it because he shouldn't be c-bet a lot. We're gonna go with the 3-bet. So that's what I was trying to say. You just need to play it defensively in that type of the spot. I'm clear fold, pretty pretty nitty 3-bet range for the first. He's now called 4-betting against UTG. This is pretty strong range, I would say, and looks like an ace king with the size, but fold. Gonna 3-bet jack 8. Big blind versus small blind versus big blind, folding 52%. Again, I'm gonna go with the polarized strategy. Pretty interesting hand. Pretty interesting hand. I would say this guy played it terribly. Mm, I like more the way he played than this. Big size here. Again, we have range advantage here. Queen 8 wants the immediate folds, and we don't want him to float hand like Queen X. So that's why we're using the bigger size with the Queen 8. It should be always bigger size. I want to bluff here hands like King Queen, because with King Queen you have good bluff. You have a good bluff on the fourth of hearts. With Queen 8 it's not that good. So I'm gonna check. See, I can go 1/3, and I will. I'm not gonna float it. I can check raise this. He's not folding to check raise. But okay, I can float it. He's not folding. He's not double barreling that much, and our hands he's having 40% of hands, so our hands has a lot of, like against 7/8 of, a lot of equity. So I'm gonna float it. I didn't see his double barreling that not that much. So let's see his check fold on the river. Okay, his check folds river a lot. Here, I think like this is okay. I didn't saw his, and I didn't even see the correct size. He uses half the pot, so we need to defend 67%. Queen 10. It's nice also check raise. It's nice when he's not double barreling enough. We will realize equity. He also have 40% of hands, so he's gonna have hands like ace-6 of. He's gonna have hands like 7/8 off, 8/9 off. We have really good equity against this type of hands. This type of hands won't double barrel us, and we saw that when we go to the river pop-up versus river bet pop-up, we see he's falling to river bet real high. So definitely we'll have profitable bluff on the river. So definitely float Good strategy would be float him a lot and bet river. Jack 4 fold. King deuce also. That was a couple of really interesting hands. I want to also take your opinion. Did you see like that 8 10 10? I was talking that if we go like betting against a player that has range advantage, and if he can see that he has range advantage, he can just go raising us, and our strategy then is not that good. But if we are checking, and when he's attacking, check raising him, then definitely our strategy is better, and put him in much tougher spot than the strategy Kotaker used. He used small bet of 1/4 against a player that has range advantage, against a player that has 10 times trips than Kotaker has. Pretty bad strategy, and then he call a big raise with ace queen, then he call on the turn without blockers, and then he called a shove on the river. Definitely interesting hand, and that's because from basic strategy this guy didn't use the good basic strategy. He doesn't have good understanding of the range versus range interaction. I just can see that from the hand. I would just see his win rate. I have him as a reg, but I don't see his win rate. But I just don't think he can be a really good player. He has 5.9 big blinds per 100, but I don't know. This play is terrible. 38% I'm gonna fold against 38. RDM as a bad reg. I put him as a bad reg just based on his play. I didn't check him out. I just put him as a bad reg. I will check him now. It seems he seemed as a bad reg to me, as a bad reg. But he's not bad reg. He's a really good reg. I don't know why I put him. I didn't use that name before, so I just based on my on my perception of the player, and it can be wrong, so it's not for sure. Enormous range advantage of the small blind. 45%, so he has even king 9 off. 41% against us, all the sets. So crazy how a range advantage he has in this spot. All the sets. Really strong top pairs we don't have. I want just think about the size. I'll go half. Okay, and I found the other table, so I'll just close it. Four, five, fold. I'll tribet this. This guy is not tribet folding. He's not folding to tribet anything. I'll go with the bet here, but with a higher size. With the 6-7. I don't want to check call this. Here we need to have c-bet range, of course. We have a good combination of good top pairs, and our range hits this board harder than his. He's raising here. We're gonna call. We saw that he raised sixes there, so I'm gonna jam here. He's raising a lot. He can bet here king queen. He can have bluffs. I'm not worried about jack 10 because his range is way wider. So he has ace queen. But definitely he can have queen queen, bet it, have pot on the turn without any problems, so I'm just gonna jam it. Ace queen, he had even queen of diamond here. But in this spot, our range is stronger, a lot stronger than his range, and our range hits that board far better than he has because his range is pretty wide and he shouldn't be raising a lot, especially against a big size. But let's check this Louis guy. L. And also why I shoved the turn, just basically I saw here, but his river aggression is not that high, and he can check behind on the river. On the bad river, he can check it behind like king queen. We can get river, I don't know, like 10 or jack or 7. So, and also we can definitely shove kings there for value on the turn. Just based, you see it, he's calling three bet with everything. He's not folding. This is his fault to three bet. He's not folding at all. We saw king jack off, and he will have here king queen. We saw that he raised sixes, so we are not worried. He's not polarizing himself only on like sets. He's gonna he can bluff raise. He can raise for value worst hand, hands like ace queen, which is a good, really good hand. But and when you look his range, ace queen is pretty high there. When you see like 30+% of call of the three bet, so but this is different spot than that 10-10 8 spot, because there he has range advantage and here we have the range advantage. And the constitution of our range that will have around 12 to 14% against him will hit that board pretty high. Will hit much harder than he will, so he just can't be raising a lot. I'm also thinking why I put that RDM as a bad reg. I'm sure I have notes on him. I write notes of the players, so I have notes of many of them, and I can't show you here, but I have a lot of notes, and I think he made some plays that I assumed that he's not good, and I need to see why we have one table now. Okay, zoomed in only on one table. Okay, I fixed it. You see, I have this zoom option. I can use it if you want, but then I just forget sometimes. I used it before, and for example, we are on the first, we're on the left table, and then I just forget, and I didn't bring it back. I just need to get into shape. I didn't stream for a long time. Let's see his small blind versus big blind. 83 against us, but it's 7-4 suited, which is open. High frequency c-bet should be here. He's c-betting 67%. He used with less than 1/4 jack 9 suited. He checked it on the turn and checked it on the river. Here I can be checking behind, but I'm not gonna do it. Ace 10 is pretty strong and we're gonna want to bluff also, so I will go with the smaller size with the Ace 10. Check fold 50%, check fold, we don't know. Let's go to the exactly small blind versus big blind spot. Check fold 0, check call one of the one time, we don't see the hands. Check call, check fold, we don't know. Okay, he folded against one third, which needs to be defended a lot. He needs to defend 75% of the range against our stab. So for me it's better when I see check fold around 60. It's better than to just stab with a smaller size just to force him to defend more, because if he's folding like this, then you have profitable stab with any two cards with the less size, with the smaller size. That's why I prefer smaller in that spot, even that ace high boards wants polarization and wants to use bigger size, but I used like this. Something happened here. Let's see what happened. Kotakera, okay, pretty. Is this? Okay, no, it's not. This was the hand. I thought that was the hand, but not. Again, he opened 5x. The guy 3-bets him. He called with jacks, and then he donked. The guy raised it. No, the guy called. Okay. Called. Okay. Okay, let's see this Lou Joyce guy. Lou Joyce. Fish. King 10 is it's even fold pre. Oh, okay, it's not your middle position. It's not fold pre-flop. I wanted to also speak about one interesting spot we had in previous streams. 4-bet pots deep. When I'm in 4-bet pot dips, there's two strategy, and I see a lot of people don't use other strategy that is GTO much better. I see them just 5-betting aces, 5-betting kings, and calling 4-bet with ace king. And then if you use that strategy on a lot of boards, you will be capped on a lot of boards. Okay, big size here. You see this guy is not folding to 3-bet, but he did now first time against us. Fold here. So for example, if you 5-bet deep, to be able to do it and have board coverage, you need to mix a lot of bluffs, which is impossible deep. You will not feel good, you will not know your opponent's range. It's pretty hard, and that's why you have two strategies. I use strategy without 5-betting. If somebody 4-bets me and we are deep, I'm just calling aces, kings, queens. I'm just having calling range with weaker part of my range, like suited connectors or weak suited aces, and with the ace king also, with the queens, jacks, kings, and I just play a 4-bet range. Mission accomplished says he doesn't think that 8-9 queen hits my range better. I don't think I know that it hits my range better, and I will tell you why I think that. My range starts with the queen 10 suited there. Queen jack suited. I have king queen off of all combination, and I have ace queen of the all combination. I have nines, I have queens, kings and aces, and just think about that board 8-9 queen. I have 8, I have nines, I have queens, I have 10 jack suited, I have king queen off, ace queen off, and I only have around 12 to 14% of the range there. And when you think that 12% of the range is around 150 combination of hands, and when you take a blocker effect out of it, you see that I have monster hand like always, like 50% of my range is hitting that board good. I have like king queen off, which is 12 combos. Ace queen off is again 12. That's 24 combination of only queen X's. That will always bet king queen and ace queen. I have queen 10 suited, which is 3 combination. I have queen jack suited, which is 3 combination. That's almost 30 combination of queen X's. I have all combination of sets. That's 9 combination of sets. So we have almost 40 combination sets plus top pair hands. We have then overpairs, kings and aces, that is 12. So we have like almost 55%, 55 combos of top pair plus hands. And if you think about 12%, that is around 150 combos, and you take out of a blocker effect, you see my range, how it hits that board. It hits him crazy good. And my other hands are really good bluffs also. And I forget jack 10 suited, which is also 4 combination more, which is nuts. My bluffs have equity, they have gut shots or 2 overcards. We have flush draw hands also there. So my range is that sick hard on that board against him, where he has hands that is like 30%. So he's gonna have ace 10 off there, ace jack off there. He's gonna have queen 10 off, queen jack off. It's not that strong hands relative to my range. And when you just see that his range is like around 30%, and you see that 30% is around 400 combos, you will see that the constitution of his range hits that board way lower than me, because we almost have like 40% of top pair plus. So we have sick constitution of range. Our bluffs has equity. We have also tens and jacks that are middle pair, but I'm not gonna bet them on that board. But just when you see our ranges, it's obvious it hits our way hard. It's not 50-50. A mission accomplished says 6-7 tribute from small blind versus Carter or 22 chart should not be in the tributing range. You can wider or narrow your tribute range if you think you can play better against your opponent, and you can wider it for like 2-3%. You won't lose any EV. So if you put for example, correct GTO would be like 10%. If you put like 14%, you can like 20 and 13%, you can make the difference. You can get EV out of that, even if you wider your range. But this guy is efficient. He's gonna have 30%, so we're just gonna use like small blind versus button range, and 6-7 suited then is good in that spot, because he's calling like ace 10 off, king jack off. He's calling basically what button calls to tribute plus wider. Then you just you can just tribute him like you tribute with button, like you tribute button with hands that you tribute button. So if you tribute small blind versus button 6-7 suited, you can tribute also here. It's not depending on positions if he's opening and calling that wide. It's not important which position he is, because it's obviously he's not position aware. So why would you be position aware against him? There's no sense. But definitely, if you just go to one range and compare it to another range, and if you compare and if you go to sum all your top pair plus hands, but it's pretty obvious in that board you have all the sets, you have all the overpairs, you have all the good queens, and his range is condensed on many middle strand hands. Then it's pretty obvious you have the that your range is hitting that board quite harder. It's easy to notice that in that spot. I just want to check this Marcus guy. And also, if you can, if your opponent has some leaks, this guy's right. If your opponent has some leaks and you feel comfortable to taking advantage of those leaks, then definitely you can play wider. Okay, I agree. He has more flush draw, more pair plus draws, but the problem is king queen there and ace queen there and kings and aces there. They're just so uh, uh, they're so EV heavy hands that it's just not important he's like top pair hands or open-ended straight draw hands. They're just not that much of his range because his range is so wider. He has many air hands. So if you go to PO in this spot, you will see a chart with EV of every hand, and then you will see how our range uh, just realize hands from our range just realize so good equity there. Yes, he has pair plus draw hands. He has more flush draw hands, but in that spot, in the three bet pot, it's just not that much of a difference. For example, you're in the three bet pot, small blind versus button, and there is a flush draw on the board, and the flush hits on the turn. You will still play it really aggressively. Even you will have range EV disadvantage. Go to PO, you will see a lot of EV disadvantage on that third color, and PO will still bet overpair. So it's not that important. Just because of the EV of every hand in our range will be realized really good. Okay, you will have problem maybe on the you will need to be careful on if those few gut shots hits. You will need to be careful, but that's basically it. On a flush draw, you'll just go broke with against that wide of the range. You will go broke with your over pairs. That's like that. I mean, go broke. You can play them a little bit passively, but you will not fold them. Fold here. Let's go cutoff versus small blind. You see, here we have pretty 20%, 90%, so pretty wide range. Maybe that's the sample issues. He's basically calling like small blind versus button. And I agree, mission accomplished. I agree about many hands in his range, but just based, the problem is just when you take into consideration he has 400 combos of hands, and just go and sum all the hands that you are talking about, and you will then divide it, and you will see that the problem is in the air of his hands, a lot of air. Why would I play defensively against my range that is killing that board? Why would I play that so defensively against a player that has many weak hands, many medium strength hands? You will not go there. You will need to attack those medium strength hands in these spots. Okay, you will have trouble when that gut shot hits because he will have more straights than in that spot than you're gonna have. But and then when that flush hits, you're just gonna start. You're gonna again play it aggressively. Here I'm gonna go like this. So it's not definitely near 50-50 spot, so that we need to check a lot. I don't agree with that. As soon as his range is that wide, our range just realizes equity a lot better than his medium strength hand, that's for sure. 1/3. One third again. Against the fish, I want to bet here with 9 stands. I'll just go with 1/3. 9 stand hand like 8-9, just based on probably his range will be wide, and 1/3 is the way to go. Opening queen 9. For example, here I will probably have on this type of ace jack 10 where our Broadway flushes are not possible except king queen suited and king 9 suited or king 8 suited, but still I would have monotone here with the check range with all my hands 3-way. Sevens, I don't know this guy. And there is also one interesting in a strategy matter of speaking here. Have pot there. If we're having check range, then definitely we can delay a lot. We can go if we are stepping here, we are polarized and we want to go with step over bet. If we are checking, okay, check here, queen 8, okay, fold, fold, okay, the guy is gone. We're gonna try to find another one. Okay, king 7 call. Check. He bluffed a6 there on the river. He's using big size now. I don't think hand like even he should continuing a lot of 9, so and 9 is a heart. He's basically wrapping here like queen jack with the queen of hearts or king jack with the king of hearts. Okay, he has queens. Because then he's not using that big size, it's like a big queen or jack on the river. And hands like queen 10, jack 10, queen 9, I think here would want it to bet when those hits. We are pretty bad. We are looking pretty bad. So he should be betting all of these hands, but queens are also always a bet. So I don't know why he's checking that. Strange. Mission accomplished. We can check the hand out of. We can check the hand after we are done. If you're interested, and then we can talk more about it. It's pretty interesting, but I explained why I told you. And yes, my true betting range from small blind is depolarized on that board, and against this player, small blind. We were small blind versus early position, but it doesn't matter. He's behaving like calling the buttons, like he's calling the true bet on the button. So, so it's basically not important. But I said I would true bet him around 12 to 14%, just because I'm not even sure. It's not big of the sample, but still, if you see hands like ace 10 off, hands like king jack off, king 10 off, then he's just gonna have on queen 8-9 a lot of medium strength hands and weak draws along with the good draws. And why would I play defensively against that type of range? It doesn't have any sense. When my range hits that like top pair plus hands like crazy good, I don't see any sense. His range is pretty vulnerable on most turns. Our range is strong. We're gonna bet most turns, and I even don't see his having raising range against us, against our range. It just doesn't have sense, and it's clearly because he's a fish. That range, that raise on 8 10 10, I explained, it has perfect sense, and I was aware of that when I had ace king and I didn't bet 8 10 10. So it's just about when I see the range against range, range against range, and also you need to take into account how the range realize which hands will realize it good. His medium strength hands will have trouble. That's the point. They will have trouble realizing equity, definitely, against so strong range that can double barrel quite often. That's the problem. But we can check it and see. Okay, here I want to go here to see his step turn. Having queen of king of diamond is also real nice to have. Okay. Pretty strange play. Is he here doing it with he is he doing this with the queen? Or he's slow playing like he doesn't have or shouldn't have a lot of deuce X hands. Let's see the guy. Terrible guy. 88 losing big blinds here. So easy call. 56-8. We're just gonna label him as a fish. Pretty bad play also here. You see he has big steps on the flop. Here we can call or 3-bet. He has big steps, so he doesn't have in the range trips at all. So nice spot. I don't know this guy. And I don't like to check raise 9-10 of hearts here. I can call it. I have queen X hands that will call. I'll mainly I think the turn will be checked a lot. I mean, this is also a sport when I could step turn, but I still feel that this guy has more jack X than I do. So, but I feel this guy will check really a lot here. When two guys call and middle cards connect, he'll be checking a lot. I won't be turning this into bluff. Okay, guy had ace queen. This guy had queen 3 off. Yes, it's interesting spot, and it's good we are discussing it. I'm just saying what I think, and I'm pretty sure I'm right in this spot, just based on range versus range interaction. But it's interesting. For me, it's all about constitution of the range in this spot, and our range is really good top pair hands, over pairs, and his range is a lot of medium hands and weak draws, and even like good top pairs that he has off. They're not in such a great deep against like double or triple barrel. They're not winning a lot of money, I would say. But interesting spot. I feel like there was really few of really interesting spot, like that 10-10-8 spot when we had ace king, and 10-10-6 where this guy had ace queen. That was really also interesting. So a lot of interesting hands. This was also interesting. You see how this play. I don't know what he's now, but you see this was also nice, because what would this player do now with hand like queen jack? I could also raise here without any problems. So what he's folding, I would also never fold queen, because it doesn't have sense this line. He won't check behind, and he doesn't have in the range many deuce hands. So, but basically he's a fish, so you just can't know what he's doing and why he's doing. We can just guess. Choke and beast. Choke and Beast, interesting nickname. Let's see the guy. He's a good reg. You see this size. This size is crazy. Uh, this guy is good. Uh, he's playing 33-24. I always appreciate when somebody's playing like that. Has a 3-bet 10%, folded 3-bet 46%. I feel he's red liner also, so he's okay player. He's winning 5 for 4.4, but if he's playing with these stats, he's definitely probably better than a lot of players that are winning more. Ace King Mir, really tight player. 24-21, 9.8 3-bet, but tight. Low aggression factors. Even we have 41, his aggression frequency is way lower. It's around 30. So high c-bet frequency, but on the river he's not aggressive. He's not aggressive at all on the river. Check raising also not that high. Yes, it was a few really interesting hands. It's interesting is also the way this guy played with that ace queen. I feel it's like terribly played. Jack 10 4. That was like terribly played. I was mad on me. Also played at ace king. I feel I shouldn't be floating. Just based on his range and hitting that board, because even his bluffs are really equity, having a really good equity against us. So definitely I didn't like the way I played it. Four five, check. If we check raise here, it's hard to check raise, to be check raising. Basically, I don't have any set. I would isolate every pocket pair. I don't have many ace-x hands, so definitely I need to just play with the defensive. We have a gutter, both way, double belly. We can play here like this, where we can call here and like on a 7x or on a flush be donking. We can play like that, but I still feel about his aggression, it's not that good. Basically the problem is we don't have strong hands here. If I check raise on the turn, I'm repping queen 7. I don't like the check raise on the turn. So basically all I can do, if I know how he plays river, if we have some type of the sample, then I can be calling and repping, I don't know, maybe 7x if it pairs, or 3x if it pairs to be donking, or bet donking maybe. But I would need to know his river strategy, how he plays river. I don't know that. I don't have any dynamics, so I can be doing stuff like that. But still he's betting pot. When we see our range, we definitely, mathematically we should defend 50% on the turn, but we don't need to. Basically we're in limp pot where we don't have any strong hands, so we don't need to defend. But that 4-5 will get us a lot of wins if we hit the gut shot, one or other one. So it needs to be call, I think. There's no sense for me to check raise something that I don't trap nothing. Even against the fish I won't do it, but if you hit that gut shot we can get the big pot, and I feel that was mistake. I need to call it. I didn't want to because I don't know how he plays and it feels. But this hand is so good if we hit it because it's hidden. Our straight is so hidden that we will get paid out real good. So definitely I made mistake there. I should have called it, but it was a pot against on the board where I don't have many strong hands. And when I don't have many strong hands, we just can't go check raising just because we don't want to call and we would like him to fold. You just need to think what our range looks like. Send at 7 doesn't hit our range, nothing except queen 7. So I don't see what I can do except call there and go for a donk on the river. That's like the only thing I can do. And we need to call some 7x hands. I would hope maybe like king 7 has sense. I'm folding here. King 7 has sense because we are blocking then ace king that can be limped or. But basically that's it. We can then go donk on that river. That's the only thing I can think of in this pot. We are in the limp pot with the enormous range disadvantage. But that hand is so hidden if you hit it that I feel it. I know we need to have them in a call range just based on the river paid out possibilities. %35%, even 37 of call or 3-bet range, but the hands are normal for the early versus earlier middle position. Mission accomplished says that he thinks that on 10-10-8 from small blind don't have that. No, against a normal range it doesn't, but if you have off 10 hands, off broadways that he has, then it's a little bit problematic because he's having 10 jack off, queen 10 off, king 10 off that you don't have, and he has enormous nuts advantage there. That's the problem. And we weren't in the small blind versus button situation. We were small blind versus early position situation. But the problem is that this guy defends early position like button, and our range generally when the reg is playing, the range will always be position aware, and I wouldn't have like 20%. I would have 12. I told you I have around. I would bet this guy 12 to 14%. And that's then where the problem starts, because I need to admit that the nuts advantage has a big deal there, and I would play it defensively. I would play it with the check raising a lot, going to a check and a check raise. We can also see that hand in Pia because it's interesting. It's basically not see. You don't see that when you play against regs. You will never be in that position, but when you play against fish, you will be that in position in that spot. So we would need to go to see go on Pia and to put the range that this guy has, and we saw that he has a lot of off broadways, and we need to put that off broadways and to put our range. And you see, suddenly happens that he has nuts advantage, and nuts advantage is always really a big deal there, because now suddenly he has a lot of hands that are crushing in EV realization, and then I just can go with the c-bet a lot, and we can also check this hand. It will be interesting to know, but I didn't ever check this. I'm just playing from my view of range versus range interaction, so it will be really good to see in PO just to see if that's correct, because I'm playing it from my head and from my range versus range understanding. How would I play? So we can definitely check this out. Okay, we are again putting another table. We will also see that it would be a lot of different if the board was 8-8-6, or if the board was even 9-9-7 is a lot different. 10-10-8 is specific because off broadways are always in his calling 3-bet range, and we don't have them. And it's significant. It's significant amount of combinations. ace 10 off, queen 10 off, queen 10 off. It's really a lot. That's the problem. It's not the same as other type of boards. Even like Jack Jack is different. Jack Jack 8 it's a lot of different. I would see it much more then because I have Ace Jack there, uh, and that's important then. But I don't have any 10x off in the range, and that is significant. Yes, we can check it. It's interesting, really interesting, base because I didn't ever check something like that. You usually only check the hands where you play against the reg because that's like something that is important. But here it's really interesting because this player is playing out of the every normal reg play, and the situation changes, and from my understanding of the range it is significant change. You don't think it's significant, so we can compare to see. I don't know, I'm just saying what I think based on my logic and range versus range understanding in that spot. I think that nuts advantage is really really important, especially I think we were also a little bit deeper. I'm not sure, but I think it was like 150, maybe even 200 blinds deep, so it changes a lot, I would say. Okay, I will just make quick break. I need to go to bedroom, so quick break, and I'm back, and we can play a little more, and then we can see the hands in P2C. Okay, I wash my hands, so if you're curious. Okay, let's play a little more and then go to analysis. I want to also see that. I think it's pretty interesting. And definitely I need to start sooner. Tomorrow I will try to do it at 10. I'm gonna check this out. A Animal Love. Good. 2218. Winning reg. Okay. I don't like this type of stuff when the guy's like 3 betting forex the fish. fish just fold against this type of play constantly. These guys are also big fish, but he would just wanted to get the money in immediately. Maybe hands that he doesn't want to play. Okay. Five jack fold. Eight nine. Opening. Let's see. Just we can follow 3-3. C-betting small size with the trash and overcards, bigger size with it. Overpair kings here, even betting kings on the turn. He shouted king queen. He did bet king queen here on the ninth turn, but he had gutter and he checked the river. Okay. Okay, the fish is donk showing the river. Also, what I notice how fish play this spot. When they're checking here, most of the time they are donking that with the queen x. That's what my experience is also saying. Folding here, a nice size, real good size. King 3 open, ace deuce fold. King 3, I will open it. I wanted to say there is a few concepts that from my learning and going through range versus range, everything that happens that GTO calculates, it's based on range advantage, EV advantage, and nuts advantage. Everything is depends on that. So basically, all your aggressiveness, c-bet frequencies, check raising frequencies, everything is based on that. So that's from that understanding I made presumptions here, and then we can see if they are correct. He's pretty aggressive on the river. Let's see in position. I don't know, is he like really betting ace x here? Because I don't know what else he bets. Or hands like, I don't know, 8, 10. I don't think the fish are betting the ace x, so it feels like he's only repping 8x. 7x, I feel it will bet the turn most of the time. Even will stab a flop decent amount of the time. So he's repping like 10, hand like 8, 10, queen 8. And what he's gonna do with hands like 5, 6, 4, 5, jack 6 suited, and hands like 10, 6 suited. I checked him out and he wasn't aggressive at all, or real passive, but still. Mission accomplished. I just don't know now which hands are you referring, but I'll try to see it, to find it, to see what are you now. Which hand you're okay here. Now fish stack, Dr. Green with merge rates. If you see that, you don't want to bet. I didn't say only one size on that Queen 9-8. I think you want to have different sizes, but the size I had with 6-7, I choose the big one, big size. And that's what I was trying to say. Not only use one size there. I feel you can go with the bigger size than 1/3 on that spot. Let's see the hand that you wanted to say. Let's see what happened. I didn't even notice this hand. Okay, so this guy raised big blind versus button, three betting. This guy called, and he's again okay. I don't know what to say here. You know, this guy has probably range of the 3-bet 3%. You know what's the problem here? He has 3% of the 3-bet range. Probably. Hence like tens plus ace king, maybe 3.5 or maybe 4%. That's the problem here. And this play is terrible. I don't know what to say. Well, he's showing it. Terrible. I don't know what to comment about this hand. That stuff I saw from him. That's what I was trying to say at the beginning. Stuff like that. Middle position 22%. Ace deuce deuce. I'll go with 1/3 with the queens, with the queen of spade. I will check Dr. Green 3-bet range in stat name just to see, but I'm pretty sure it's around 3, maybe 4%, and he's showing again against in that range. His range 3-bet range is 2.5 on 57k hands. Like that's the play I saw from him a lot, so I'm not surprised, but I don't know what to say there. And if you see that, you don't want to bet 75% with a heavy draw, in my opinion. So based on that, you've seen that he's raising a lot. It's not that kind of problem because you will have also hands that will, again, now when you see this type of 4-4, what you're going to think when you have kings, aces, side set, or good top pair. You're just not going to think about it. If he's raising that, you're going to just rebet it, and that's it. You're just going to go all in on the flop against this type of player. If you see something like that, it's the best strategy. Then just stick the money in with the good hands, stick the money in with the equity, because if he's having shitty hands like 4-4 there, and he's gonna raise, I don't know, queen 8-9 with the hands like ace-8, you're just gonna shove there with, I don't know, a nut flush draw, and let him call with middle pair, or you'll have then their hand like king queen, like ace queen, like kings, like sets, and he's not gonna have a good time doing it. So I don't agree here. I would pound them also with my my drawy hands are basically all real good draws. So I'm gonna go with the bet here. Having ace of spade. Pretty connected. 10, and I don't know the player. We can bet ace king. Having the ace of spades sucks also. I'm not gonna bet check bet ace king. we're beating some of the hands, but still, that 10x small blind versus big blind. Again, I have a polarized big blind range, and the hands that I'm betting here, my range has a jack 8 off, so it's nuts. I have 8 10 off. I have 2 10 3 10 4 10 5 10 suited. I have jack 2, jack 3, jack 4, jack 5 suited, part of it. So polarized range, and that turn 10, I have some of the off tens there, hands like 8 10 off. So basically it hits me really good, my polarized range, and I should bet frequently in this spot. I'll check this Baba Simoy guy. And even ace king I would bet, but not with with the spade. I'm just gonna check this guy. This guy is neat shorter. Uh, 3 bet 5.5. This is shower fold spot. You see the stats. I'm gonna fold eights. I see. Let me see from positions. Yes, it's fold. Okay. He's only tributing against the button and small blind a lot. Other are only 3%. So I'm just gonna fold eights against him. Again, I want to go back with what mission accomplished. With what mission accomplished said, pound them with value hands and buy yourself with a good price drawy hands. Buy yourself with a good price drawy hand. I think when the range constitution is like that, that our range hits harder, that then I would go also with my draws without any problems. And you see that his range is basically what he felt in that spot that is good. So he has so many stupid hands. So basically he can raise pocket sixes on queen 8 9. So shoving going 3 bet there with ace 10 flush draw, it just can't be bad. I agree with you. You want to play exploitably, yes, but you need to know which is the best way to exploit. This is what you write now, what you written. It's not the best way to exploit. Um, uh, what I always go to a node lock and to see if players are diverging, if they play differently than the way they should be playing, what you need to do. And that is max exploit play when you do it like that. And I think when a player is raising something that shouldn't be raised, then you have two stuff you can do. I'm going to check there. You have two stuff you can do. You can go a high 3 betting after his raise, or you can go with also a high check and high check raising frequency. All depends on that, but that also depends on the range, how the range hits you and him. I just need to see this guy to see his 4-bet range. This is usually a defend for me always in these positions, but his 4-betting range is really really low. 4-bet. His 4-betting range, he's pretty low. I want to defend it. 9-10 suited is a nice hand because we are not too much interacted with his 4-bet bluff range, because 4-bet bluff should be king jack suited, part of queen jack suited, part of ace queen, really big part of the ace queen off. Uh, Hand like ace 10 suited, we are connected with that, but not with the ace jack. So 9-10 is okay. We are also always having in the range 9 and 10s. I'm gonna go small. 1/4. We're gonna always have 9 or 10s here. And he's check showing. Against this step size, I don't need to call this. And here I'm not folding 9 or 10s here on 1/4. I'm not folding it. He's check showing. It's let's see how much. So basically I need to give 160 to win 400, something, but not much of that. 40% equity, depending. Is he showing like ace king here with the king of diamonds? Depends on that, but 9-10 I don't like it. I'm gonna call 10s, 9s to attribute. Let's see, choke and 1/3 is a call. Choke and beast. Choke and, okay, call here. Choke and what he's checking now? He should be. He's having 3-bet range 10%, okay, but hence like he should be betting a lot here. Ace queen, ace king, king queen. Let's see against the cutoff how much he has. Small one against cutoff 12%. I'm gonna go to 3-bet again. I'm gonna check here. 9s, I feel they mainly want to check. I think we are good here. I'm gonna check it behind. Pretty strange. I mean, this hand is pretty strong. This hand is really strong. His hand. This is like always bet turn. Bigger size on the flop. We just go through really good. We realized equity. We got to river. We got to the river cheaply. We just checked. He's checking triple check. He's double checking turn and river with the hand. That good and betting really small on the flop. Pretty strange. Let's see him. Okay, he's a rag. He's not a fish. Why put him as a fish? He's 32-24, 3-bet 10. I don't know why I put him as a fish. My mistake. I just see here he's a rag. Basically, I put him as a fish because on a team stat name he has an icon of the fish, so it has to do something with that. He maybe consciously go into mine. To my mind, there is an icon of the fish. That's why I put him as a fish. He's a rag and he's a winning rag. Pretty strange the way to play it. And again, you see, this type of board always wants polarization. Draw heavy board wants polarization in this spot, so bigger size flop, bigger size turn, maybe small on the river then. Okay, I'm gonna go like this. Pretty strange. I thought he's a fish, but it's because of the stat name. He's a winning rag, so it's really surprised me. Folding there. I really want to go through the hands. It's in my mind because it can be really beneficial to see everything from the spots like that. You learn uh, because this spot didn't happen to me that somebody has on UTG that wide of the range ever. So crazy spot and interesting, really interesting. I would really want to see it in PL. And I don't like short stack fish. I'll just go with one more table, add myself in a waiting list. Queen 10 open. He's having a 3-bet range really low, but still we are deeper and against. I'm gonna call it with the deuces. Bet check bet pot. Is this would he continue like ace king on the turn? Now he's bet check betting. Is he bet check betting like a queen X in this spot? And I saw his aggression on the river wasn't that high. Basically we can see, I think his range is like, you see, like around 4%, so we're just bluff catching his ace king here. I'm gonna fold it. He's having 3-2 here on this sample, but basically he's repping like a queen X plus, but I'm not sure. I don't think he has many 9X, or he doesn't have any 9X, but still, if he's having ace king here, does he bet ace king on the turn, or he's checking and now betting ace king, because it's only around 4%. And I feel like they don't bet check bet bluff a lot. They mostly would bet it on the turn. That's my experience saying. I don't see many bet check bet lines with the bluffs. Okay. I don't have any river. This is just betting every ace. Low aggression. This is decent hand to call the river, but again I see low aggression factors. They can bet every ace, but still they will have also like off broadways with the queen. I think king is way better than having like nines with the heart. It's way better having this, so I should call it this. I should call this. In my hand is in my head I have a couple of hands that are just going through that I want to know. Mission accomplished again said about that 9 3 6 5 hand of flush draw. Yes, that hand we need to understand what our range looks like, and my range looks like a lot of 8s, 9s, 10s, jacks, We have also aces there because we are calling a 4-bet with aces, high frequency in that spot. We have ace queen because it was button versus cutoff. We have some suited connector hands. Uh, we have 4-5 suited, 5-6 suited, 6-7 suited, so a lot of pair plus draw hands. And when you think about our range that is stabbing, I would stab all of these hands. 4-5, 5-6, 6-7, I would always stab it. I have 9s or 10s jacks that will be high frequency stab also. Interesting hand, but I don't feel 9-10 is a good step of 1-4, then call a shove hand. But it's close, 40%. It depends because I don't know. Is this guy gonna have ace king and he gonna check shove it? Ace king with the king of diamonds, for example. 3.6 here. 3.6. We can call for it. I will fold it this time. Yes, I remember. Mission accomplished. I remember the hand. Also, yes, interesting hand. If I stab the bigger size, definitely then I can call it. You see that we need to have 40% of equity. If we need to have 40% of equity there, let's just think of our hands that will bet call, and we have that suited connectors 4, 5, 5, 6, 6, 7 that are always going to bet call. We have 9s or 10s there. We have jacks. We have aces. We have not flush draw hands that will always call. So I'm not over folding. But 9, 10 are just quite there, that are in the middle of nothing. You don't know. Basically, they are maybe better play as a check back when I now just think about it. I think they are better play as a check behind, because when I feel I feel really bad step folding them, because it's not like it's 9-10 or backdoor flush draw that you don't care of. Pretty low numbers here. We see that he did have king jack against earlier middle position. I don't know what was that. I'm gonna check his range. Let me see how much he had, because it's now really important. Is it 12% or is it? And it's 7%, so it's a fold against the 7%. His bluffs should double barrel a lot. So nines doesn't have. He did bet here with the blockers. I don't understand. This was something strange. Let's see the hand. Why is that even there? Okay, he did 3-bet here from 3 to 11, and here he 3-bet to 2, from 2 to 3. So that was something, some probably misclick. Probably a misclick there. So nothing. It was a misclick. It doesn't have sense. So from Team Statname says it's 7% small blind versus cutoff. If it's 7%, it's 9s plus ace queen. That board hits really good. And he doesn't have 8, so 9s are not in great spot against that type of that tight of the range. Here we are against 62. That means so around 60. Okay, around 60 of suited. Okay, we suited connectors. So probably all suited hands. Let's see against us. Is that so? Against us, similar. Okay, let's see. His bet versus missed 40. Check call. We can go donk here. We have really a lot of ace-x hands. I'll check it. I'll go 1/4. Let's go to fold versus river bet to see. Is this guy bluff raising? Only value hands from now. Yes, he raised only value hands. We see no bluffs, only value hands. Okay. And again, I would mix ace-x hands with a small bet on the river. It's not like we'll have also queen x here. We'll have hands like queen jack with diamonds. Definitely better call than jacks here. So, and if I saw something, he's not really that aggressive. I just don't know what he's repping. Okay, he's maybe gonna check on that ace some of the flush draw hands, but ace of diamonds got there, so there's no chance that he's stepping with the ace of diamonds and then having a trips, because ace of diamonds is here. So strange play. I feel now that he's repping not that much. You know, also like handle like queen jack with the jack of diamonds, or king queen with the king of diamonds, is gonna raise it for value, not with this size that he used. I feel so strange. You see, I don't feel that this is a king queen type of hand. I would say this is ace-x hand. Ace-x and flushes. Hand like maybe ace-8, ace-9 that steps the flop. Ace-8 with the 8 of diamonds. Something like that he revs, but not that much. Calling with the tens. Ace-king. Let's see his 4-bet range. 3.6. 3.6. Here should be a lot of ace queen, hands like king jack suited, king 10 suited as a bluffs, ace jack suited, ace 10 suited, stuff like that. Also he has of course ace king. I'm gonna raise against this size. Seven, eight here. The size doesn't have any sense. I still have ace jack of hearts here. I can also raise ace queen here against that size, because I don't know what this size means. If he wants to check, then check. This size doesn't have any sense, and it would be just, I would just raise against this size a lot because it doesn't have any sense. You're talking about that hand with the king x multi-way. I felt also that king high should be calling there in that spot, if you're referring to that hand. But like I said, I had a couple of hands that are in my mind, but it's not that big of the, and I didn't have understanding. We didn't have any stats how he plays, so it's not like I just can't fold in that spot. You can fold always. You can make call always. It's not, nothing is written in the stone about how you play, or, and it's not like this guy's a fish. It's not gaining or not gaining EV in that spot. So that much. That like it was a multi-way spot, a three-way spot. Yes, he can turn into bluff hands like that, but it's not like you always need to call king three of hearts there or what we have. It's not, in my opinion, it's not that type of spot. And I didn't have like many understand what the guy did. Let's go back. I didn't see like, okay, this guy was doing something. I just didn't even remember a lot of his play. Dr. Green, he had ace queen here. This guy checked ace four. You see, nothing he did is. I didn't even like have any understanding of his play, so I can say, okay, definitely I need to call there with the king high. From what I'm seeing, yeah, he called there ace king. Basically, that's it. That's everything we knew about him. Not many. Okay, deuces. He only called here. I feel like he's a pretty weak fish, passive, and now I'm okay with the folding. And you, mission accomplished. You will need to tell me, like, better description about, because I just don't know which hand you're referring, when it happened, because there is a delay. Below, I agree with this what you said with the when to showdown. Uh, if it can happen that uh, he bluffs too much or calls in the wrong spots. You need to compare that with the aggression on the river to have the clean result. You need to compare his river aggression, definitely river aggression frequency, with that went to showdown and one on showdown. In this spot, one on showdown. If it's also low went to showdown with a low one on showdown, then also I agree with you. I was talking 2-2 versus fish bet check bet line. Ah, against Vincent Malin you're speaking. This was the hand that shouldn't be opening at all. I misclicked it when I was writing in the chat. Okay. I'm gonna bet here with the king 9. He's folding 67%. King deuce. Went to showdown 29. One on showdown 25. We can go here to see this. I wanted to see this, but don't have a sample. You are probably right. Let's see versus river fold. If you see here that he's a lot of folding versus river, then definitely he's bluffing, because you're right in this spot. Mission accomplished. I didn't take it into account, but yes, uh, This guy has low one on showdown, and we see here that it's not because he's calling the wrong spots, because he's falling massively on the river. So basically he probably overbluffs. So bet check bet line there should be called. Yes, but the problem is that he should be bluffing ace king there, and not double barreling, which can happen. We see that not a big of the double barrel. So I admit there is definitely a merit what you're saying. You're right, and now I didn't even took it into when I was in game. I didn't even thought about it, but now when I think about it, yes, a low one on showdown, and he's not calling river with bad hands, so definitely yes. A lot of 9x in the call range should be king 9, queen 9, jack 9. I'm gonna check with the ace queen, and I'm gonna bet like this. Half pot is okay with the jack x. We have also overpairs in a check behind range, so it's not like we are kept or. But I feel like it's okay with the half pot sizes. Okay. Uh, Definitely yes. I'm really now mad I didn't go to see the stats, but now when I see it, definitely it has sense. Definitely call. It's the line that is under bluffed. Uh, I check it in the range research. Definitely under bluffed. Bet check bet line is one of most under bluffed spots in the poker. Definitely. So, but this is completely different type of the player, and his stats are definitely showing that it has to be with the bluffing on the river. Let's see his bet river. But also the problem is we don't have. Okay, we have jack 9 here. Jack 9 he called the tribute with. He called the tribute with jack 9 off. He stabbed the flop with jack 9, which is okay. He checked the turn with the flush draw, and then he bet on the river with the pot. So definitely he can check ace king. Based just on this, there is a high chance that he did exactly that. He did not wanting to bet with the ace king, then he just decided to bluff it on the river maybe. The problem is his 3-betting range is 4%, so basically, I mean, he can always have some stupid hand, but definitely now I feel that you're right and I should have called it. Okay, we're gonna go squeezing, calling here. 72%, 44% of cutoff open. So basically he opens like a button. Against a pot bet, we will have many hard hands that are better calls than this. So I'm gonna fold it. He's falling to 3-bet decent amount. I feel that he has like sevens here. Like 7 on the flop, he would just jam them. He would jam like 6-6 probably. I feel that he's like repping here 8x, and he's falling to a lot of 3-bets. I'm gonna call this ace queen. Wrong conclusion. I thought he would definitely like jam it. Sevens, three-way, multi-way here when I'm checking. They need protection and everything. I was for sure that he's just gonna jam with like 6x, sevens, hands like x6. And I feel now he's repping like 8x. I'm blocking ace 8 and he's falling to a lot, so he doesn't have ace 8 off. and he doesn't have a lot of 8x. But I made wrong conclusion because he had 7s here, and I was sure that just my logic would be that he would jam it because they need protection. You don't want to give free cards. Basically, what would happen if the jack got their queen, king, ace? 7s needs protection. I was sure that he would jam it. So definitely my wrong conclusion. I'm gonna call here with this, and I'm gonna check this guy out. Lex 2312. He's reg. Okay. Fold there. Fold. Okay. Okay. King 5 fold. I made the wrong conclusion. Okay, we can see that he's not aggressive, but I feel he's rapping. I just felt he was rapping really, because I don't think, you see fold to tribute 67%. I don't think he's having much of the 8x hands there. We are not blocking diamonds, and he's orbit shoving it, so I don't think he's doing that now when the turn is 8, like with the middle pair. I feel like it felt like 8x, or like, I don't know, set, but they don't play set like that, so it felt to me like 8x, and I don't see them many in the range, and I was for sure that 7s or like a6 would shove the flop, because that hand needs really really protection. Multi-way, this guy is passive. He's not aggressive. He won't stab lightly in a multi-way pot. And then if overcards hits you, what you gonna do with 7s? If the hands like jack got there, queen, king, ace, so I would guess that he would just jam it for protection, but he didn't. Okay. He's falling 70%. I will tribute against this. Let's see how. Okay, he basically folded every time early position, so I think it's okay. It shouldn't be really high of the tribute frequency, but it has to be sometimes there. I want to see this guy just to check him out. Rage do dog. Pretty big fish, but like he's 35 aggression stats. I just don't know how he didn't shove at 7s. I was just expecting that. Yeah, but really wrong conclusion. A really wrong conclusion from me. Let's see this hand, what happened there. 10s. 3-bet small size, bet big size, checking on the turn, and now donking the river. We are 3.5 hours going. Not bad. I'm slowly getting into it. I didn't now play last 2 days. I have a lot of business to do. My wife needs to get second baby, get birth every day now. So I'm just enjoying and playing. few interesting spots, interesting situations, even that we were not playing. I made mistakes, but it's okay. I will learn from it. Fold there. I will learn from it, but also we had little discussions that I'm glad we did, and we can check that out at the end of the stream. Let's see how much this guy falls to an overbet. Folding really a lot in position to an overbet, 88%. Let's see his calls with an overbet. It's a trips. He did only call 1/3 with a queen jack on a queen queen 9, which should be. No, he did check raise. I'm sorry, he did check raise, but I thought he would just call, but he did check raise. Pretty strange, but he just called on the river with the queen jack there. He didn't go to a river. He didn't raise it. Only called on the river, and that's his like only call of the overbet. I'm gonna go with 1/3 on the ace xx range advantage is here. I can go small here once more. I can go check. I'll go like this. I'll check the river definitely. What is this guy repping? King queen. First overbet, I'm gonna fold it. It's not like I will do it only with the kings here, but I don't have any information about this dude. What he's check raising turn with this, is it he repping now? Because I mean I can bluff jam here with the kings, because I don't think he has tens and jacks in the range, but he can have ace jack and ace 10 there. But is he check raising it with that big size? I don't know. But I won't do it until I know how they play. Or we can go with the like raise there. Basically, on these type of boards, cut off small blind range that calls. It shouldn't have call range, but if he calls, he generally have a lot of pocket pairs, a lot of Broadway hands like king jack, king queen. I made a small bet, but I mean I can do it with aces here. I can do it with the ace jack. Mix it. It's not big deal. I've done it before. Things like this, betting 1/3, and he raised 4 times here. But he can still raise ace jack. But I feel like it's probably ace jack is probably raising on the flop against 1/3. And now he's wrapping. I don't think can queen king queen. Okay, it can go 1/2, 1.5. King queen can bet like this, but still I think we have more hands like we have aces, we have jacks, we have tens. He shouldn't have those hands. I think also we have more ace jack hands, because he's gonna three bet ace jack suited. He's gonna three bet some part of ace jack off. Really interesting. I mean, I played it like this. It's not, if I knew something, I can do something on the river, because hands like queen 10 suited can play as a bluff raises in this spot. King 10 suited, maybe even queen jack suited. but I just don't know the player, so I didn't want to do anything. Murta, it's a boy. This time, it's a boy, and it will be called Shime. Shime, yes, Shime. I really like that name. Uh, I told Martina, my wife, before 5 years ago, when we waited for a first child, that if it's a boy, I will call him Shime. And now my daughter is calling him Shime, Shime all the time, and I think it will stay Shime. Definitely. I like the name, I really like it. I'll call ace 5 suited. I think we can have big pot here. I'm gonna go with a bet, with a bigger size. We have tens, we have jacks here, always in the range. We'll always call forward with those hands. We have king queen suited here. Have an ace queen, some ace queen off, ace queen suited all. We have ace king off here also. So we are gonna have a bluffs. We're gonna have ace of hearts, king of hearts, ace of hearts with ace queens. We're gonna have king queen suited. But still the range hits us. We have tens and jacks. Our range is narrower. We're not gonna step hands like nines here. So I think I'm pretty happy the way I played it. But when he's playing it defensively like this, I would probably say, because he needs to also bet, he has also tens and jacks here. Jacks for sure, tens sometimes. I'm still triveting UTG, but UTG is a fish, so he can definitely have all combos of tens. He should be betting a lot here in this board. He played the defensive. I feel like that's probably like ace king or ace queen. No, he can call the turn. Even 1/3 on. I like 1/3 now on the turn. But still, I just think about that hands that we played. For example, we had 3 hands against this guy, and I never had that. I didn't have like ever that type of hand, like small blind versus UTG against a player, or I don't remember that somebody had like so wide range and played on that way that he's raising a lot. You see, I never had like something like that, and that completely changed the game. Yes, also mission accomplished. It's also a high frequency check on the flop. Uh, just based, I'm not sure about the range, but I saw small blind 14 and 10%, and that indicates he has like 30% of the range in the spot, and that's the reason I made a small bet, and I made a small bet on the turn. It's not problem, I would say. You see his fold versus c-bet stats are out of position low, so that's the reason I bet the turn. Uh, but it's not problem with my king. I don't need to call an overbet on the river. I'll always mix the hands in. I always think about the range, so I always mix things in. Uh, that turn, 10 on the turn. Okay, king queen got there, but still I would have a decent amount of small betting with small bets. For example, hands like aces, I would always bet with 1/3 on the turn. I wouldn't check it back, it's too strong, we are deep. I would just bet it like this and hope that somebody do something like that. Other hands that I would do is like hand like ace jack. Ace jack blocking two top pairs. Uh, small bet has for me a lot of sense. But also the turn we have king queen more than he has. We have more sets than he has. So I'm cool with betting one third with a lot of range there. So thanks Murta. I really also like the name. Uh, I mean, when you call somebody like Mark, Marco, like Ivan or John on English, like you call it and 10 people will turn around if you call that name. But if you call him, hey Shime, only one will turn around, and that will be Shime. So, and I really like the name, and he was made in Dalmatia, and his now is Saint Shimon, which is short for Shime. So I had a feeling the Shime will get him. Get it. It would. He will wear it with pride. My parents hate the name. My sister also. They told me no, please don't call it like that. But I mean, it's hard that somebody changed my mind when I like something. That's the reason. I mean, when I made decision that I'm gonna leave law after I finish law school and get master degree, uh, I just quit it, and I was working 1 year and quit it. And my parents were furious, so they couldn't change my mind. Mm, I rarely change my mind in anything. One third on or bigger size, generally bigger size on the lower boards. You see, again we are facing with the check raise in a spot that he doesn't have a lot of. But we see this player is check raising middle pairs with no particular reason. Middle pairs again, top pairs. King deuce is call. I don't know, like we're gonna have a lot of. I'm now really confused. Is this like ace 4, ace 5? Check raise in the bet. Check raise flop, bet turn always. Uh, if I see now like hand like pocket fives, I'll go crazy. Hand like pocket, because I just don't know what he's wrapping here on the ace. I mean, I can shove, but I don't think he's having pocket fives here. And he's having pocket fives. Now I'm just thinking about the size on the river, and we see that after betting turn he's folding everything. So small size half of the pot on the river. But I really, there is no logic to not bet the river with the pocket fives here. If he's betting the turn with the pocket five, he's never good here except when I have a king deuce of backdoor flush draw. That ace, I'm betting this like high frequency. That ace, I have many ace x hands, and if he's not bluffing it on the river, it doesn't have sense. And I said like I don't think he has pocket, and he has pocket five there. I was just gonna bet this river, and I should bet the river because I should think that just based on what I saw in the stats, there's a possibility that he has it, and he had it. So okay, mission accomplished. Likes Jura. Jura is old school. The girls never like Jura. No girls will date Juro, so uh, let's see his range. I think brick house, brick house, 3-bet range. Let's see, around 6% in this spot. I think. Let's see his aggression. Uh, base. Pretty aggressive on the turn on the river. Okay, 50 is his aggression frequency on the old streets. I want to just finish Juro. The girls never like Juro, and the girls will never date Juro. So I want to give my son name Juro. Uh, Juro doesn't get girls, that's for sure. What I think about crypto, I invested in the crypto before. I mean, I think 6, 7 years, and I didn't like the way where it goes before uh, 2 years, and I got out of it. Immediately, it goes like bombed up. It was it's immediately when I sold it, but still, I think there's a lot of cheap tricks there, a lot of false promises, and I didn't want to be a part of it. That's like in short what I think about it. Certainly there are the projects that will be the future, but that happened also with the internet, that also happened with the Google, Amazon, but generally I think 95% of it is full of shit, and they're just they will go broke 95, maybe even 99% of it. So I think if you want to go, if you want to invest in it, you need to be full in it, full time in it. It doesn't have sense otherwise. If you want to go to invest some serious amount of money, or you can go, you can like invest something that you don't care about. That's okay. But if you want to invest serious amount, you need to be full time in. And I just don't like it, and I don't have the time for it and desire for it. So I didn't. I'm not no longer investing anything, and I'm glad about it. 73% no forbetting still. I'm gonna fold to a forbet against this guy. Like I said, I'm gonna fold it. Fold there. But a lot of my friends have invested a lot. Uh, Most of them in Cardano, and one friend had a really he was like really big believer in Cardano, and he was buying it all the time with he whatever he earns on the job he just invests into the, and he now lost Cardano. He lost I mean, he's still in a good profit, but he lost in last like few months, he lost a lot. But basically I think the only way you can earn money there is to be just spending a lot of time there and learning. Same like in poker, you just can't be part-time a crypto trader. That just doesn't go like that. Part-time poker player doesn't go like that. So everything there is uh, opportunity to earn big money. There is also opportunity to lose, uh, and also if you don't invest time, and if you don't learn about it, you just can't have money doesn't like fall from sky, and that's like that. So I think that most people will lose on crypto, and just individuals will earn a lot. You just need to know which sides you will be, and if you don't uh, do the work, you don't investigate, you don't learn, you will be on the other side. That's for sure. And I didn't have the time, and I didn't want to gamble, so uh, usually I don't like things where I don't know, and where I can't make decisions. So if it's like that, then I don't like it, and crypto is definition of that. I'm gonna fold a6. Against the 14%, I will not do with the triple. Even if he's folding 80%, I'll fold it this time. I want to see that hand with the kings. The guy check raised it with small size. This guy had king of hearts, okay. Six is open. I didn't see what happened here. Queen 10. We are calling here with sixes. I'm gonna check raise it. We can go small here. We did a couple of times go small. If I get raised there, I think I would click back and orbit the river. I will check. Because you see here, in this spot, he should be checking a lot of 4, 5, 8, because we in this board we have really our range hits this board really hard, and he should be checking also a lot of overpairs. Jacks wants to bet because they need protection, so I'm not afraid of the jacks, and it should be high frequency bet. Here I think on the river I need to go again, but that's the problem. I don't know the play really good, so I didn't want to do it. But definitely here we can go 1/4 on the river, but I didn't knew the player, that's why I checked there. If I have history against it or dynamics, then we can do it, but I didn't want to. But here I would go small with most of my range on this turn, small with most of my range, just based that he did check behind here. Let's see, he's generally see bet. Okay, he doesn't see bet much, but still I would go with based on the strength of my range, I can go with small. And if the guy raised there, I think we have really good hands to turn into bluff. Based, I don't think 300 blinds deep he's gonna, and also he doesn't know how we play. We don't know him very well, but uh, if he raised here, and I know that his jacks should be bet frequently, I think cool play would be just to go with 3-bet and then big bet on the river, or bet maybe even shove here on the river if he raised. just based because I mean I would play value hands the same, uh, and I always mix that small sizes with and this is clear spot that small size has a lot of sense. Just think like 10 nines, tens. They need protection, but still can get value. We also have he did check behind. We also have like hands like Ace Jack suited, King Jack suited, Queen Jack suited. They're all be in the range. So small bet has a lot of sense on the turn. And on the river, I also feel that small bet is way to go. I don't think we will ever be raised easily, but we still have potential for or call or a bluff raise, just based on what the guy is repping. Is he betting? Is he now raising hand like an Ace Jack, King Jack? I think he will definitely raise that type of hands if we bet small, but I don't think that hands can stand the heat. So that's the reason why I think it's a good play. Mission accomplished is saying that he's interested about entities. Uh, I started to play entities last year. I was really interested in entities because for me it feels most like sport. It's closest to sport that there is entities in poker, right? I like to play them. I started to play them last year. I started to learn about them. I learned mostly through Pia. I wanted to learn from DTO, but I still prefer Pia. I have my friend got me the best. Uh, he gave me for free the best ranges, uh, and I was learning also from them to see because it's different from cash. It's a lot of different than cash. I'll play the hand and I will explain. Then I will talk about it. It's interesting subject. I only started, and this is pretty sick hand because his range is pretty tight for a 3 bet. It's probably pretty also tight for a 4 bet. I don't want to cold call 4 bet in this spot with the ace queen against pretty tight range. Uh, in here I would also having only I think we need to go in this spot. I don't like cold calling here, and I would just like having like 5 bet range here, and ace queen suited can definitely be a really good candidate for it. But I just feel his range is too strong. He's three betting 3-4%. He's called 4 betting nothing. He didn't ever call for, so he's probably having like queens through aces probably. So pretty fucked up spot to be, and we didn't invest anything. Okay, I will get back to the MTT subject. I started to play last year, and first I get the good ranges because ranges are completely different from cash, and I learned from the ranges. For example, small blind plays, big deal, a lot of calling in the small blind, a lot of calling in the middle positions, cutoff, button, really a lot of hands that wanted to call. So I learned from the ranges from the beginning. Uh, and then I started to learning how to play. Uh, Most importantly, from the cash you will know how to play 100 deep. You will know how to play even deeper than 100 blinds. So beginning phase of the tournament you will play good if you're a good cash player, because all the cash players are better than MTT ones when there is a post flop play in cards. But then what is important, uh, you will need to learn to play mostly. I would say the most important phase is that last phase where you play 20 to 40 blinds. 10 blinds there is no much of the play, and you're generally gonna only play on the big blind with 10 blinds. You're gonna shove everything else. And when you have 10 blinds, if you flop something, you're just going with the hand. You're just going most of the time with the hand. So there's no like many skill here that you can gain. But 20 to 40 blinds, there's a lot of skill involved, and you need to learn how to play 20 to 40 blinds deep. It's quite different than 100 blinds. Everything is quite different. So you just need to learn every spot, but in certain stacks. So it's not, you just need to work it. Sometimes you will have 60 blinds, 50 blinds, but uh, basically from 20 to 50 is most common, and you need to learn about that most of the time. And I learned it in PO. I was just going to PO, entering stacks, but in DTO you have scenarios, so you have ICM immediately, and it's also a good way to learn. But I did it through PO. I learned from ranges, and I started last year. My results for now, you can check them. It's nothing special, but I started with small small binds, and now I'm playing like medium to high stakes. I play till 500. I occasionally play 1000 if it's like good series, and that's it. We're gonna 4-bet here. Uh, Here we can go with the bet. We can go with the check. I think this hand is really good to check and check call. Okay. Board where we're gonna see bet 100% because we have ace queen off a lot. We have king queen, so we're gonna bet a lot in this spot. Let's see his ranges. Pretty strange. He's betting now. What he's now wrapping, I don't know. I'm gonna call it. Pretty good board for us here. I would just check this doogie do, ruggedy diggity do. Pretty low river aggression. Pretty low river aggression here, but I feel he's like wrapping pretty narrow range. After betting turn, we don't know. I think I will fold it, but just based on his river aggression. But he's wrapping really poorly here. I don't know what, like he's wrapping basically king jack here plus sets king jack, and so king jack plus. And I mean he can have ace 10 with ace of diamond, but maybe even like only ace queen. Let's see his call 3-bet range. He's not calling a lot of 3-bets. Strange. I think on the turn on this side it's clear call, and on the river the tens are not the best bluff catcher. Definitely not the best bluff catcher, but his aggression frequency are really low. I mean he can bluff ace queen here, but we don't know if he's gonna do it. Bet river, not, he's not at all betting river often, so after bet turn only 1 out of 6 times. I think it's okay fold river in this spot, but I'm pretty confused what he's wrapping. Okay, he's wrapping 6 combos of sets, king jack off. I don't know if he's calling king jack off, but still he's wrapping like 20 maybe value combos, around 20. So we need to find his betting around more than half the pot. So more than half, like maybe 2/3, maybe 2/3. So if he has around 20 of value, 25, we need to find around 14 bluffs, 13. So depends now how many value combos he has. If he's having, and it's also hard for me to know his flush combos, but if he's having, let's say 30, we have ace x, we have king x of diamonds, like maybe king 8 suited plus. We need to find like, if it's 30, we need to go with 0.4. so that's around 13, 12. So if he's again, I made misplay. So if he's like repping, if he's bluffing ace queen only, and has those all combos of ace queen or ace queen with the diamond, that's we need to find more. He will need to bluff, but I don't think he has ace 10 off. So if he has like ace queen, ace of diamond, queen of diamonds, it's not enough. And with that low aggression, I don't think he's bluffing really a lot. And when we call to time, okay. I know. I mean, players like this don't bluff enough. Definitely not bluff enough. I'm gonna go with a bigger size here with the 8-10 suited against 50% falls to bet. Really good hand to bet immediately. I'm blocking his folding range, and hands that will bet like this are like that medium pocket pairs, 8 still queens want to bet bigger size, so 2/3 of pot is okay. I think it's easy fold on the river. Uh, I don't see enough bluff combos that a low aggression frequency guy will bet on the river. I didn't bet. I checked call on the flop with the tens. I check call the flop. I check all the flop and check all the turn, and turn was 40%. And see bet there on the monotone board against the fish. We see that he's 3-betting in position quite a lot. Ace jack off. Deep against the fish, I will call. Also, he's not double barreling a lot, and this is when the guy that bets 75% generally in position, when the guy is checking, it's strange. But now I'd feel like, I think like ace queen he's betting for sure, ace jack. Let's see his bet folding. He's not bet folding a lot. I'll go 5x here. It's only one occasion. It's not the best guy to do it, but his win to showdown is not that high. I think it will be okay. Yes, Murta, I use that strategy. I don't like that 10%. I don't really like that. I don't use that strategy. I did. This is strange now. This is really strange. I think we are calling definitely here with having 7-8. I'm blocking his value range. I will call this. I will not bluff raised. I'll just call it. And I didn't expect that this fish with the low will overbet king 10 here, and I didn't want to turn it. Now when you have like information like this, then it's better definitely to turn it into bluff. But then I need to I don't know, is he gonna believe that I will have enough flush draws checking behind. I don't know how he see me, so I didn't do it. And I didn't definitely expect it. Check raise 10%. We didn't know the hands of this call. I didn't really expect this to have, but I don't know the guy, no samples, so two times I made the wrong presumption. Three times with the 5 5s there, so another C3x. Let's see how much he folds to raise. But I mean I rep 3 3 here, so or 6 6. But I'll do it. And we get snapped. Because basically I know I repped really not that much. I rep 6 6 and I mean I can play like this overpair because but I don't rep that much. And we got snapped. But let's see. I mean I'm betting here like queens, kings, aces. The guy's check raising, we're gonna 3-bet a lot of those immediately on the flop. Yes, we are basically not trapping. He made a good call. We are not trapping a lot, but I just feel he's never gonna have played like this straight. But the problem is that sixes, okay, sixes I will have. Aces, I'm not gonna check behind, so I just can't trap aces. I'm basically repping sixes, so if I'm repping the sixes, I need to go with a big size here. Yes, I block king 10, but that's not important. We saw that last time he did something like with that king 10, he overbetted the turn and bet the river. Don't like the play. I don't like it. Here I'm just gonna go with the bigger size again. 2/3 against normal range, I would say 31%. We see king 9 off, that's not normal. So basically a normal range except that hand. I'm not happy, but you know what is also really good to do is to 3-bet the flop here. But basically we are then trying to get him out of the 10x. That is not the best idea, the best possible idea also. But I would do it with the overpair here a lot, especially with hands like jacks and queens. I would do it, so it has sense that my bluffs has king and jack into it, but better like queen jack, better backdoors. But I mean on the turn it feels like he has 10x or hands like I don't know 5 6. It feels like that, definitely feels like that. And the problem is I don't rep that much. I rep like only 6 6. That's like only thing I rep, or like aces that will check behind the turn, and that will only call that small raise on the flop. And against him I would probably, okay, I can call aces maybe, but queens and jacks I would just 3-bet because they need protection. They want to get value from his top pair hands. But basically I played a hand like shit, so I just can't defend it. I'm gonna go with the check here. suited connectors. I see. You see he then turned deuces into bluff here. His step against us pretty merged. I'm gonna fold king 10. He's not that stationed that he only went to showdown his 14. You see, so I checked it out. He's not that stationed, but I don't trap much, so it's my fault that he made the right call because we don't trap except 6-6. I don't see hand, maybe aces, but it's a long deal. I don't see other hand that is that can. I mean, aces can raise, but basically we're wrapping 6-6. We also use bigger size, so basically we're wrapping 6-6, and I don't like it. And when you wrap only 3 combos, what you can expect, he can just have, we can have just some bluff 1 out of 10 times, and he can just call. I just how the river connected. I felt he doesn't have straight, and I saw his win to showdown is not 14%, winner showdown pretty high, so I thought he's not gonna like snap call with the top pair like that easily, but we got snapped. Let's go here to see button versus small blind 4-bet 6.3, and I don't like this. I see 8s plus ace king, so 6%. I'm gonna call with the 8s. And now it's important, does he have appropriate bluff? Does he have king queen off, part of queen jack off, half of the ace queen, or 1/3 of the ace queen, but queens? If he has that range, I mean, it's 1/3 against 1/3, it's fold. We are 4 hours, and I still need to check that hands in PO, and maybe I can do it without delay. I finish a stream and do it without delay. What do you think? I think we can do like that. Today I'm not happy the way I played, I must say. And always when I don't play like 3 days, 2-3 days, I play much worse than when I play every day. But still I made mistakes, and I will try to see why I made them and how to fix it. I mean, the what bugs me the most is that when I don't trap anything, and that bugs me. And that hand when the guy had 5-5, I said I will be pissed, and I was pissed in myself because we can just get him out of that 5-5. He folded. We saw he in the fold versus river pop-up, he's defending river bets poorly. We could just do half pot and it would be great, and I didn't do it, and he showed 5-5, and I was so mad. So I made mistakes, and that always happened to me when I don't play 2 days. I immediately go in some thinking that, for example, here I didn't trap anything. I mean, king jack is okay call with the backdoor flush draw. Basically with that small size he reps 10x when he checks also the turn. But then I'm thinking, I know on the river I don't think Paul will have many straights, and that's it. I made play. I didn't take into consideration that I look like I don't trap much. And when it's like that, it's not important that it's a fish that doesn't go to showdown. It's just it's not even that much important. I generally don't like to play when I'm not trapping much, and now I didn't trap much, and we got punished. In other spots where we bluffed, we wrapped something where we can like wrap it with confidence. we will have hands that will be played in that way. But this time, even that 6-6 is a long shot. You know, I mean, basically, I would always have 6-6. I would bet it small in three-way when a fish there is. I would bet it, but would he think like that? That's the question. He's folding to a delay really a lot, so we can go with the smaller size in the delays here. And now I'm gonna go with a really big size. I will go with, let's see, but still he folds really a lot. Let's see, to an overbet, he fold one of the one time, but still I'll go like this. King 7, I will fold it. And also the tables are really nice. And the tables are good. He didn't flat a lot of in position. He is not stepping a lot of in position also. Folding a lot of delays. In position not. If you remember, he did overbet in similar spot with the top pair on the turn. I'm not gonna call king queen. He's not stepping a lot. Also, he can probably check behind 9x. Also, now overbet it. We saw that he's overbetting the top pairs in the spot where it's one check, once time checked, or on the flop or on the turn. So he can have it. King Jack open without diamonds. I'm not floating it. Let's see. I mean, we can probably get away with it because he's not double barreling a lot, and he's check folding really a lot on the turn. But I will not do it without the diamonds. I agree. Mission accomplished. I agree. I didn't thought. I thought that hands that I will probably get to see will be pocket fives or pocket fours there, but that hands also needs to bet the river. But the guy was tight in some on low river aggression. I thought, okay, maybe guy will just check the river with those hands, and that's mandatory bluff in that spot. But I didn't. It's the problem. I didn't know the guy. Let's see his fold versus call, check, check, fold, but we don't have stats. It feels like the guy has pocket pair like fives. And let's see his fold versus the river. Yes, this guy has crazy big. He has crazy big fold versus river bet, so yes, I will do it. You see he's folding to river bet out of position, in position like 80%. And I feel I need to go now with the overbet when we were just thinking about that long, because maybe we're just thinking which size we're going to use and stuff like that, so I use the bigger size when we think about that much. Ace Jack call against 24%. 24% includes King 10 off also. also again high check fold when he skipped turn c bet he's folding really a lot. So I think it's okay float. Double barreling with an overbet. It seems bluff heavy in this spot. We're blocking ace king here. I'll call it. Ace 10 got here. Jack 10. It's now important what he will do with the Jack 10 or Jack 9. Is he gonna bluff it or not? He has all combos of ace 10 that will play it exactly here. We block it, but still it's 12 combos he gonna have. After betting turn, in position rarely. So I don't think this guy would turn or bet, and he's checking the river in this one. I'm gonna fold it. Ace 10 got there. I don't think he will bluff Jack 10 and 9 and Jack 9. Opening pretty low, 22. Okay, fold. And I'm thinking now, what is his really betting range on the river with this size? Is he gonna bet on the river? Is he gonna overbet with the ace 10? It's important. And also, do we have a lot of ace 10 in the range of calling overbet on the turn? Do we have ace 10 here? We have ace 10 of hearts. We have ace 10 of hearts, but I would say ace 10 of hearts can raise at least sometimes. So we don't have a lot of ace 10 there. So I don't have opportunity to bluff raise in the range where has every time ace 10 and I don't have ace 10. So it just doesn't work like that. I just can't bluff raise with even with the hands like this that blocks a lot of really range. Pretty tough spot. I don't know how he plays Jack 10, Jack 9. His low river aggression and a low river bet. Maybe he will just check here with Jack 10 and not bluff it. So hard spot. But still we are not blocking ace of hearts that can. And what he's gonna do with the ace 5 of hearts? We saw that he did give up in similar spot with the nut flush draw on the river. But that jack is a hand that he needs to bluff. Especially if he's aware that he has all the ace 10 and we don't have it all. Except ace 10 of hearts that will sometimes raise the turn. 6 spot. Also really we just get really tough spots also. And it's nice to think about those spots because basically we never have the nuts here, and he has a lot of those ace 10 overbetting the turn. So again we need to play defensively and we just can't go bluff raising the knight's hand that blocks his ready range a lot. And basically I don't feel that he's bluffing enough that I can call with ace jack, so I think it's a fold. Okay, it's okay call on the turn also I feel, but I think fold on the river. Really nice tables to play. We were deep against this guy. He had almost 400 blinds, so it was nice to play. All night it's good tables. I had problems with this type of players. just because I made wrong assumptions, but still it was that I was surprised. I had a good assumption against that 5-5, and I should bluff the king deuce, but I didn't good assumption when he turned that king 10. It was, I didn't expect it, and I was snapped. He snapped us really good with that jack 10. I will forbet this combo. Forbet fold. Our bluffs will be ace 10, ace jack, king queen mostly, and part of queen jack off, part of suited king 9, queen 9, jack 9 type of hands, and value will be like tens. And also we are bluffing with the ace queen, forbet bluffing, part of the ace queen, and value will be like tens, ace king. King queen is also I used that combo in because it needs to be forbetted around 25 to 30% as a forbet bluff of combinations, so I use that combo. Both black ones, black king and black queen. So club or spade, and that's, and you can be balanced, and then other day you can use red combos, and you'll be okay balanced, because it's hard to know. Okay, I need to forbet 30% if ace 10 off, so it's like best to divide it to combos, and you will always be in right frequencies by doing it like that. Yes, but he has 24% of the range, and I saw that his overbets would be, I saw his value bets are normal size, and overbets he did bet with the draw. So when I see that he did bet normal size 3 out of 3 times with the value, and it was only one occasion that he bluffed with an overbet, but he only time he used overbet he did bluff. He used it with the draw. So uh, his king hits him good, okay, I admit it, but also we are ahead of his bluffs. We are not blocking the ace of hearts, and if he's putting a lot of bluffs into the orbit and a lot of strong hands like sets into the normal size, then he will definitely not be balanced, and I can take advantage of those. But on the river, ace 10 got there, and his bluffing range, I will dominate his bluff range. So uh, I will dominate his bluff range. It's just depending on his orbit. It was one out of one time, but still it was a draw. It was 2 times draw, or betting with the draws. Let's see in position, and in position again with the draw on orbit. So turn orbit 3 out of 3 times with the draw and strong hands into the normal size. That's the reason why I called ace jack. You don't need to if you see like stuff like that, I'm just always thinking, okay, uh, okay, king hits him good, but still if he's putting a lot of bluffs into no orbit, then the value range of the, and value range a lot in the normal size, then just 2 and 2 or 4, and you can take advantage of that. Okay, it's not many occasions, but still 3 out of 3 time. It's not nothing when it's 3 out of 3 time, and 3 out of 3 we have that he did use the with the value hand with the sets he used normal size, so that tells us a lot. I'm gonna fold here, king 10. he's not 3-betting middle position at all. And this, let me check his 3-bet from positions, middle position versus 8%. I'm gonna fold it. We also have a lot of hands to check in PO. Let's see what will happen here. There's a lot of hands we need to check in PO. A lot of work. We need to check at least 4 hands. At least 4 hands we need to check. I thought about, in my head, it's nice hand to 4-bet, but the guy never and we did also raised when the guy called, and he did never 3-bet in 1000 hands middle position versus early. So I decided to fold, but it's nice, I think, to 4-bet bluff it. King 10, King Jack suited, it's nice. And to be calling a little stronger range, hands like Ace Jack and Ace Queen suited, and put this into the 4-bet. I think it's okay. King 8 fold. We are almost 5 hours now. What do you say to do it without delay? Just so we can all talk about it in without delay, about in PO, because I really want to see me and Mission Accomplished had interesting discussion where I gave my reasons why I'm betting quite often, and he on that board Queen 8-9 with double flush, with 1 flush draw. So to tone, I said that our range hits that board a lot better than his range, and that we just can go with betting a lot. We'll check that hand first without delay. Also, I feel like if there's 4 table, then that zoom option can be useful, like this. But when it's 2 table, I don't feel it needs to be. When it's only 2 tables. But if there are 4 tables, then yes. But not when it's only 2. Because you basically see everything. You basically can see even a whole stats without problems. Jack 6 fold. What's the craziest thing? I really want to play more. I really enjoy playing. Usually when I make mistakes, I want to play. I want to going through hands, talk about ranges, to be forcing myself to play better. But today is just like that type of day where there was so many unusual hands against unusual opponents. But the thing I regret the most is that raise where we raised King Jack. I don't like it. I can defend it and say, okay, I block his King 10, Jack 10, but I rep really small number of combos, and he probably read us through it because we don't trap much. he's probably he was probably like this. Okay, what this guy bets? What he's now raising? He doesn't have straight, I don't think. So what is he raising now? I'll just snap him, and he did snap us. It feels good to snap and be right. Feels really good, and feels really bad when you are snapped, and you're snapped and you're not and you don't have anything, and you played it bad. Feels really bad, but that's the game. But still, I wanted to raise. Yes, ace queen off definitely, and king jack. I would definitely use king jack, but also the fish was there. You know, the fish was there, and king 10 felt weak, and I think he first time called. Yes, he first time called the three bet. So I just gave. I didn't want to call it three-way against pretty tight range. I didn't want to call it, but king jack I definitely feels right to go to 4 bet, but king 10 looks too weak. Looked weak to me. This guy's a fish. I'll go with the bigger size here. I'll jam here. This guy can have many queen x's hands like king jack, jack 10. This guy, I don't know what he can have, but I don't think he has like nines, jacks or queens. He can have maybe two pair, but still. And this guy has ace 8, 10 off, and he opens 12 only in a UTG. This is insane. You see what sample can do. When it's 200 hands, it doesn't mean anything. And the guy killed us, literally. The guy killed us. But if he's having 8, 10, he's gonna have jack 10, he's gonna have queen 10, he's gonna have 9, 10, king 9. And this guy, when he donks, he can have basically anything. Pretty. Usually this is the type of the players that will get us in trouble. But definitely he did open only 12%, and now he calls 4x 3-bet with 8, 10 off. Pretty insane. Yes, we'll see the hands. We'll definitely see the interesting hands. I also want to know, and we'll do it without delay. But I really want to play more. A little bit more, because guy just killed us. I just can go to sleep knowing that. Easy call here with this. Probably polarized range, polarized 3-bet. We only see ace king, but it probably polarized. And he's not, you see, this is strange. Okay, this is a 3-bet. I didn't. He did c-bet. Let's see in position. Is he using? Okay, he didn't c-bet in position. In 3-bet pot. But for sure he's using polarized strategy. He's distributing 31% on 32 occasions, so it's not that small. And if you're using polarized and the board is ace, jack, deuce, just think about how many big hands you have. Hands like king 6 off in a polarized, hands like 8 10 off, hands like jack 3 suited, hands like 4 10 suited. mm, Also knight 10 is a small blind versus big blind 4-bet sometimes, but still the problem is that sample here is not 100%, and we don't know is it 31%. I'll just check it in the team state name, but it's 21% in the team state name, so definitely polarized. Definitely polarized. So and also depends now how he plays turn strategy. Here he had ace king. Maybe we can even float here. But a sample without like 200 300 hands doesn't mean anything. You just can make conclusions around that. 1000 is also not guaranteeing you anything. So I better like a read sometimes than a stats showing. I better like a read sometimes to have a good read. I can check raise immediately. If you remember, he did with that ace 10 he did bet pot. Now he's using a smaller size. That's interesting also. Okay, again a calling. He didn't flat a lot. I'm gonna go like this. It's again, I don't know exactly his range. He folds, it seems, a lot. Let's see, what did he call? Called c-bet, we don't know with what. And I don't see how much range he called. He did overbet here, okay. Let us step overbet. He's not that aggressive. And I don't know, like, is he betting only like queen x? He's not stabbing a lot. I'll fold it. And also here it's important, I think, to identify the range. I don't know how much he has. Does he have like 20%? Does he have 10%? I really don't know, like, what he steps here. Let's go here to see his 4-bet thing. He didn't. This is usually my 4-bet, my 3-bet big blind versus small blind. Jack 8, 8 10 off. Hand like king 8 off. And we're again 4-betted. He didn't ever 4-bet us. This is the first time now. Queens only hand we have. Sample on 5x here. He's not stepping also a lot on the flop. Again, we're just gonna go with the bigger size here. Pretty interesting. When this guy's on the big blind, I'm gonna open this, fold here. Yes, I agree. We need to tribute him like he plays the button. I agree. The problem is that he also limps. But definitely, yes, with the stats, we're gonna tribute him with 20% of hands. Okay, I'm just gonna raise him immediately. Okay, so he can fold when we have the hand. We are tributing Vincent Mellon and he folded. He rarely folds. We are tributing big blind. We're not going to tribute. Usually big blind versus cutoff. I'm also a little bit polarized, but not this time. We are just going linear here. Linear range. And now he's 4xing. He didn't do it ever, I think. Until now, this is first time I'm gonna call it, because this is first time he did it, and that can mean many things when you're playing against the fish. I'll call it 2/3. He's not continuing a lot. Check fold. Let's see, skip see the check call. Okay, so here he checked behind with the king queen. I'm not gonna do it against the 4x open. I'm not gonna float it. His check fold on the river is 50%, but it's only 2 occasions, so we just can't conclude anything from it. But this time, his first time that he did do 4x pre-flop, his fold is this versus cbet in position. So this is versus cbet out of position. This is versus cbet in position. In tribet pots, he did fold 50%, but we don't see what he called because he didn't call anything. He just raised one time, so we don't know. Here we can see exactly which hands he did call in the tribet pot to see his floats and stuff like that, but we don't have samples, so it's a little bit tricky to don't have a sample. We're gonna go also here to see what did he called, and there is no details. So exactly when you click here, you can see his calling range also against certain size, but there is no sample. So pretty tricky to play without sample. But we see that he did fold versus overbets. His fold on the river also pretty high. I think. Let's see here. Yes, definitely. That's he will fold a lot on the river. So definitely this is the fish that can fold, and we need to take that into advantage. You see, this is his fold versus river bet. You see that he, for example, after checking turn out of position, he's basically folding always. After checking turn in position, folding really often. Basically, to a river bet, he's folding almost always. So that is saying to me low end to show that we just need to bluff him a lot. I would really want to play more against him, just because he kicked our ass, and I would like to get a piece of revenge. But we won't get that today. And again, I raised that sixes. You want to maybe to speak about that, because a lot of people won't have bluffs there, but you can have bluffs here on a 6. I think the best bluffs are that has a 6, that hit that 6. Hence, like, I don't know, like 5-6 of diamonds, 5-6 of club, 5-6 of spade, hand like 5-6 of spade. But again, we need to be sure he used that half size of him. We need to be sure we can bluff him then on the river. But basically, I want to say that it's possible to have bluffs. I know a lot of people in this line want to have a lot of bluffs, but what when we saw what with hands that he snaps us off, I just feel okay with also going to an overbet on the river, and I think it's okay. I really wanted to know what he folded. It's not standard to check there. You need to know that you are speaking about a range that is 4%. You know, on Queen XX, the standard is to check versus 4% of the range. Put the range out of 20%, and then you will see that there are not that many checks then. And Ace King is a really good bet there. The size, I prefer bigger size on that board. It was a flush draw board, uh, and I would prefer a little bit more polarized strategy, and we'll put against 20%. We'll put against 20%, and then you will see definitely that it changes a lot. Okay, I seem to be okay, I'm reconnected now. I speak about that Queen XX that you said that you don't like 2/3 of the bet. Okay, I will explain it after this hand. Again, we are against polarized range. We don't know how many flush, suited hands he has. He checked behinds here. He did c bet every time. King XX, strange. I would say that he would probably bluff a lot. This looks for me like an ace 8x or 9s, 10s, but they would definitely, I mean, be bet somewhere on the flop on the turn, or queens. Strange. Pretty strange. And now he reps that same hands. Triple check, and I mean, it's if he's polarized, he will have hands like, I don't know, ace 4 off, ace deuce off, but a lot of hearts are in the game, and he will definitely bet them. Let's see, after check turn in position, bet rarely, and it's a top pair, and it's a top pair. Okay, I'm okay with fold. Okay, I will go back to that hand. Uh, Flatting range in position on button should be around 4%. That's GTO. Mixing a lot of different hands. Okay, and this guy, and against that range, you want to have a lot of checking on that Queen XX with the two-tone. But against a player that probably has 20% calling range only and some of the 3-betting range, as soon as the range is wider, you are basically betting more, because now the composition of his range will have different hands, and your range won't be deficient, because in against the 4% on the Queen 4-6 two-tone, you're not equity favorite. But against a player that has 20 or even more percent, maybe he even has hands like 9-10 off in the range, definitely the situation changes, and I like to be betting there. We can I mean, turn was pretty connected, but I don't have mind anything against the c-bet in this situation. Just basically his range is 20%, maybe even 30%. We basically don't know. He can call like 8-10 off if he wants, and it's not the same. You just need to know it's not the same when the situation is different, when the range is different. I will show you that you were also wrong in that spot on Queen 8-9, just because it has to do something, and also you were wrong. I'm 100% sure you were wrong on that 10-10-8 when the guy has all of broadways, just because it changes a lot. Just construction of the range changes a lot, and it changes. 4% hits that range far better than 20% or 30%. We don't even know how much percent, because we don't see what he did called. We see just only 20% call, 20% for 3-bet. So it can be anywhere from 20 to 40% he can have. You know, that's the situation we are in. So when that changes, I had a pretty good combo of ace king, not blocking backdoor flush draw, and there are a lot of turns where I can continue to be aggressive, and we saw that he's folding on the river decent amount of the time, really high frequency. So I like the ace king bet, and against that wider of the range, I really like to be even more polarized. We can do it 1/3 also, and then include hands like 8s, 9s, 10s into the range. It can be done, but I decided to do it like this. I also miss NBA. It was now from Thursday there wasn't any game. I always watch NBA. I watched it from the Philadelphia 76ers time and AI time. Uh, I really miss NBA, especially I want to see how Harden will look now in the Philadelphia. And now when I look, it's 4 a.m. and I always now when I finish my session, I always go to NBA and watch a few games and then go to sleep. Also, I played Yahoo Fantasy, a really nice game. Folding King 7, folding 7-9, except a small blind, and small blind is pretty nitty, so folding whatever happens, we are folding. Then 5 fold. I also have trouble playing without sample. Um, when I made that Zoom challenge, I had first three uh, 30, 30 to 40,000 hands. I was losing a lot. I was losing like, and the people were just going insane how I'm losing because I just couldn't get used to playing without sample. I just couldn't get used to it, and people were going crazy. A lot of people that played against me on Zoom were here on the stream, and as soon as I was starting to get sample, I started to play better. But it's hard to make assumptions today. All assumptions I made were not correct. So, but I think it's also fun like that. I mean, you're learning through that type of stuff. Maybe next time I'll make better assumptions of the play. A lot of we're gonna bet 1/3 here. But look at this guy arrange. He didn't even call once onto 224 hands against UTG. Again, pretty probably tight range against button. I'll go 1/3 now, just because I feel I have enormous range advantage, and I'll mix King 9 into the small bet. I can bet here 10x. Of course, I bet on the flop 1/3. and this hand I'll put in the normal like this. I'll put it in the normal size because we're gonna overbet on the king also a lot. So this is pretty strong hand that we are putting in the 1/3 turn, and now we're betting the river. Serial rim. We're gonna 3-bet it. He's not folding to a 3-bet in this sample, but we don't see the hand that he called. We see that he's opening 36% here. We can mix smaller sizes and bigger ones, just because we have 8s plus, so we have 8s, 9s, 10s, 7s also. That's why I'm gonna go with this size, just because against him I'll probably bet for value and protection hands like 9s or 8s. We're not gonna get check raised. I think he's not that aggressive, and I think the good strategy is just to bet the range against him. I don't see. Do I have a reads on this guy? No, nothing. Okay. I have about something and about this guy. This is pretty significant. The way he played the hand against me, and now I remember that hand. Pretty strange. He did play it multi-way on the. You see his multi-way strategies, checking range on even in position and out of position. So this is even here you can so it's 3.3k hands, and here you can just have a sense of the about strategy that people are using. See in the multi-way pop-up, this player just doesn't have betting range in the multi-way mostly. This is his overcall range, multi-way, small blind on big blind, call against an ISO, how he plays on the blinds, check folding really a lot, not check raising a lot. I'm gonna go with this. So basically that's it. Fold in position, multi-way pots really he did fold 100% of the time, 3 out of 3 times. Against him I'm using 1/3, and I'm gonna go again 1/3. His range is wide, pretty wide range, and RS5 is good, needs a little bit protection, and maybe he can do something also, try something, but Ace5 there, and we can check it on the turn also, but I like to play like this because I'll bet against wide range on that board. I'll bet 9s, 10s, jacks, queen. I'll just bet a lot of range, queen 10, bluffs like queen 10, queen 9, jack 10 suited, hands like that. I'm gonna go with the check raise here, checking range multi-way in this spot, and I think we're gonna finish also now. The tables are breaking, the guys are leaving, and we can go to see the hands because we have a lot of hands that we need to go through. We need to see what we made wrong. Here I can go with an overbet also, but I will not do it because blocking 9 is important here. So no, I'm not gonna go with the overbet. I'll go with the normal size. Still we have all the over pairs, and I will bet it like this. In the range we have the draws, we have a lot of everything, and we can just mix it. Okay, we will leave this. I will open this. Okay, we're gonna finish. We will watch for the retiming. Chat, you're not snap activity only. Okay, I'm usually watching, but now it's 5 hours. We are almost 5 hours long. No, almost. We are 5 hours and 10 minutes, so pretty long. Uh, but thank you, mission accomplished. I enjoyed in discussion with you. Your first time here. I really enjoyed discussion. I think you had some good comments. We had some disagreements, but still I really enjoyed it. Thank you for that. I would also like that I start a little bit sooner, so a lot of people that would want to see from our community in Croatia that can also be part of discussion, but it is like it is. I just can't do it. I just need to see how I can do it, not to go in the other way or the other people way. I just need to think how I can do it best for me. But interesting stuff, pretty interesting stuff. uh, I'm not happy the way I played, but it was some of really interesting hands, and we will check them out now. So I will be back without delay in soon as the stream ends. Without delay, and we can then go through hands. So mission accomplished, stay, and we will see. You see, this is also a spot where we will have a check range against the button, but this is the problem we are against, like 40%, maybe even he has like king 8 off. Then we can definitely have bet range, and king queen feels okay. 1/3, and this is this. Okay, so I will be back soon as the stream delays a few minutes, and as soon as the stream finished, I will go into peer, and you can go with me. So see you immediately after the stream ends.